I'd like to call to order the February 24th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. My name is Nicole Bennett. I'm chair of the commission, at least for a couple more meetings. Welcome to everyone joining us in person and online. Good morning. A few reminders before we get started. Please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. Let's be courteous to each other, applicants, staff, and the public. And let's keep our comments constructive and focused on the cases we are discussing. We start each meeting with an opportunity for members of the public to address us about items not on the agenda. Is there anyone here who wishes to discuss an item not on the agenda? Just state your name, please. You don't have to give your address.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Wimberly Cawthon. I live at 1321 Battery Drive. I'm here today to ask you to take a moment before each of your Planning Commission meetings and deliberations to consider. Consider not only the specific plan that's to come before you, consider the impact on the whole of the city and the community, not just what the impact analysis says, not just whether the plan is good for that developer or family or business. Consider whether or not there are other implications citywide. Does it do good or bad to the physical space around it? Does it harm or help the communities 1 mile away? Will it help to save someone from flooding or create space for someone who couldn't live here now to do so? Have I considered whether or not this feeds the systems that have, on purpose or unwittingly, caused harm to others in the community? You hold part of the map to our future, to the future of our children and our grandchildren. Even though this is a volunteer position, it is a heavy one, and it carries much weight. Historians like me will look back at what you have done and wonder if you pondered the whole of it. Thank you for your service. I have copies of this if anybody is interested.
Thank you, Ms. Cawthon. Is there anyone else here who wishes to discuss an item not on today's agenda? If not, we'll move into our meeting. I'm going to make a slight change to our agenda and move the elections to the front of the agenda. We have some members who have to leave early, and I want to make sure we don't lose quorum before we get to the elections process. So typically we hold elections in June, but because my service ends in March, we'll need to have elections early to determine a new chair and vice chair. So that's why we're doing this now. Bynum, is there anything you'd like to say before we, or Ms. Ashton?
I wanted to note that your recently adopted rules of procedure say that you will hold an election annually in June. And so while we are having an out-of-cycle election today to cover the remainder of June 25 to June 26, or July 1 to, you get it. We will need to have we will actually need to have an election in June, in part because the rules of procedure say to serve a one-year term. But you can certainly make the same choices today that you make then. It doesn't have to change just because there's an election.
Thank you. So our, my last meeting will be March 10th. Mm-hmm. So our new officers will take their positions on our March 24th meeting. So with that, I'll let Commissioner Burnett come and get seated. We're holding elections. We'll start with chair. Do we have nominations for chair? I'd like to nominate Commissioner Otwell.
I'd like to second that.
Did you, Commissioner Neptune? No? No? Okay. Any discussion? Any further nominations? All in favor of Commissioner Otwell for our chair? That's unanimous. Congratulations, Commissioner Otwell.
Oh, thank you, Chair Bennett.
Turning to vice chair, nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Cochran.
Second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Congratulations, Commissioner Cochran.
Thank you.
Our new officers, as of March 24th, will be your new chair, Commissioner Otwell, and Vice Chair Cochran. Getting back to our agenda, we'll move to the consent agenda. We have one item on consent, approval of the minutes from our February 10th meeting. Does anyone have any comments regarding the minutes? I had a couple. On item E3, rezoning Z3125 North Blunt Street, prior to the motion recommending denial, there was a motion that didn't receive a second. That's not included in the minutes. Should it be?
Yes, it should
Okay,
be.
so we just add that one. And then, according to my notes on the same case, those opposed were Commissioners Shelburne, Walters, Otwell, and Fox. The minutes say Shelburne, Walters, Otwell, and Cochran. I just want to confirm that it was Commissioner Fox and not Commissioner Cochran. Okay, so just we just need to change Fox to Cochran. Is there anything else? If not, then with those noted changes, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Next, we'll move to old business. We have two items under old business. The first is Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 125 Macon Pond Road. This item was deferred at our last meeting. We did not receive a presentation from staff, so we'll hear that from staff now.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the Planning Commission, Matthew Burns with Planning and Development. This is the first and only Comprehensive Plan Amendment of 2025. This is a privately initiated request to amend MAP T1, also known as the street plan, to relocate a proposed two-lane undivided street which straddles the shared property line in West Raleigh. Your deadline for action is April 27th. So here you can see the existing proposed street alignment on the left, as well as the proposed alignment. So this request, if approved, would move the proposed street alignment further east onto the neighboring property. Here is a zoomed out view of the site, just showing the street plan, existing and proposed connections. And similarly, an aerial showing the street plan in context of nearby development. The area surrounding this comprehensive plan amendment request is characterized by being a healthcare and hospital hub near UNC Rex and various medical offices. So the site outlined in red that's 4111 Macon Pond Road. It's a 1 acre parcel with an existing structure dating to 1909. And to the east is a just about 4 acre parcel which has a Duke Health medical office on it, which dates to 2005. And it's a little bit hard to see, but the dashed line, which represents the avenue 2-lane undivided that's proposed, straddles the shared property line between these two properties. This aerial just shows nearby development plans for the Rex Hospital expansion, Macon Pond Medical Office, and various NC State and State of North Carolina projects to the south and west of the site. And now I'll invite my esteemed colleague, Carter Robertson with Transportation, to speak a little bit to the proposed street and the significance of the street plan.
Thank you, Matthew. Good morning. My name is Carter Robertson with the Transportation Department. Just wanted to give you all some extra information about what the purpose of this street is and what the context of the surrounding network is. So, as Matthew's already shown, there's currently a proposed avenue 2-lane undivided running right along the property line between the highlighted parcel in red and the neighboring medical office to the east. Just north of Macon Pond Road is Rex Hospital property. A portion of that has already been developed on the eastern side, as you may see with Hopeful Drive and Lake Drive being already developed. I'll come back to this soon, but we're anticipating the rest of that parcel to be developed at some point and that street network to be built out. Looking south of the property, Duke Energy has two properties immediately south of the property in question, and North Carolina State has a large property to the south. Both of these are potential barriers for the build out of this connection in the short to medium term. But as we're thinking about the street plan, we got to remember this is a long-term plan as we look forward to the future. And that brings me to the purpose of this dotted line that you see here. An Avenue 2-lane undivided is classified in our UDO as a mixed-use street, and the purpose of these type of streets are to connect those mix of uses in a developing area. And so this dotted line came from the Arena Blue Ridge Small Area Plan, which directly calls for a more interconnected pedestrian and bike-friendly network. But as it stands today, this area is generally pretty car dependent, large blocks. Most of the traffic is going to be coming on Edwards Mill and Blue Ridge Road. Those are our bigger streets, 4 and 6 lanes that are going to be connecting different parts of the city. So this proposed street isn't going to be a parallel alternative route to either of those, but as we expect this block to densify, more office and residential mixed use coming in, we want to have interconnectivity to serve the new residents and visitors that come here. Currently, the block it lays on is very, very large, bordering Edwards Mill, Macon Pond, Blue Ridge, and going all the way down to Reedy Creek on the bottom, just off screen. If we build out the street plan as it's proposed right now with the extension of Lake Boone Trail and the construction of the comprehensive plan street in question, we'd have a much neater block of about 4,700 feet. And so to get back to how things stand today, as I mentioned, just north of the site, the Rex Hospital property has been developing over the past few years. It was subdivided in 2018. The portion to the east was already developed. From what we see on the site plans and some conversations we've had with the property, the comprehensive plan street they're building out will be right here, a bit east of that that dotted line. And so essentially what this request would do would move the comprehensive line to align more with what we're expecting from the property to the north. And with that, I'll be available for questions. I'll turn it back over to my colleague Matthew to close this out.
Thank you, Carter. So this request is consistent with various policies in the comprehensive plan, especially transportation-related policies, which speak to preserving the grid and eliminating gaps. And staff did not identify any inconsistent policies with the request. However, I'll note that UDO section 10.2.2E requires that proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan constitute a substantial benefit to the city as a whole and not solely for the benefit of a single property owner. So while this request is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan and the intent of the street plan, It does not necessarily provide a substantial public benefit to the city as a whole. Your deadline for action is April 27th, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. The applicant and those in support now have a total of 10 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. Isabel Maddox here today. I've been working with Macon Pond investors to request this comp plan amendment. As the staff pointed out, and I want to tell you that when I brought this initially, my request was to either relocate the street or eliminate it. We do not desire to put all the burden on the adjoining property owner. They made me choose one or the other, and I chose relocate, just knowing the city doesn't like to let go of any of those dashed lines. So I would be happy, and I think it's appropriate, really, for either, and I think our engineer will testify to that. So this request just nicks a little piece of the frontage of our site right in here. It mostly goes on the adjoining site. And what we propose, if it's relocated, would be this, where this dashed line is. As you can see, this road on the Rex site, the Rex Cancer Center, is over here to the far right. But they've built out what looks like the beginnings of a road. It's not a dedicated public road, and it's certainly not built to city public street standards. I don't know how wide exactly it is, probably 30, 40 feet. I think it would be maybe required to be 60 feet if it were a public street. But you see how it lines up, really not with this property, but with the one to the immediate east. And, you know, to connect it, to make it jig over to our site, it would be a really, you know, this street to kind of come all the way over here, it would really be an awkward connection. This is a better view of it. You can see the aerial shows where this beginnings of the road is here. It lines up really well with the drive aisle of the parking lot serving the property to our immediate east, which is the site of a Duke medical practice. It's not owned by Duke, but it's owned by other investors, but they lease to Duke. Again, though, we're not trying to insist that it go there or even go anywhere. And when importantly, there's no real street to be connected to south of this property. We got, as Carter pointed out, there are obstacles to a connection with major parcels owned by NC State or State of North Carolina and Duke Energy, neither of whom is likely to come in and build a road for the city in this location. You can see State of NC down here. Duke Energy owns this right-of-way, but also this property here and this. You know, Duke Energy, not necessarily the easiest to work with in terms of something like this. No offense to Duke, but they're one of those entities if you come up against, good luck. So for this particular property, this is a property, my client's property. It's a small property. And they have tried, and we have gone to the city transportation and said, give us some definition, some certainty about this street. What are they going to be required to do here? And they say, well, we can't give you an answer. I begged for an answer, no answer. They said, submit a full-blown site plan, and maybe you'll get an answer. Even then, I'm not sure we would get one. And, you know, site plan is, fully engineered site plan is an expensive proposition. These guys are not developers. They're investors. They're older, and they're approaching retirement, some of them whom are already retired. They really would like to sell their property. They've had a buyer or two that have been interested, but once they hit this roadblock, they leave because they think, well, this is an expense and it might decimate this small property. I'm not interested. So we can't, we're frozen. We can't do anything with the property until this question is answered. And this is why we brought this comp plan amendment, to try to answer this question, resolve this issue. You know, if we are going to relocate, the property to the east is better suited. That's where the majority of the road already is located. And it's a parking lot and drive aisle, which this would connect to if you connect to the Rex Road. And interestingly, this property has 2 of these dash lines on the streets plan running through it, one over here and this one. And so it seems to me, you're not going to do roads in both places. It seems to me, let's pick up a location and only put one road on that property, not have them burdened with potentially 2 roads. And I don't know, they're probably a long way from redeveloping, but if it were me or my client, I would not think having 2 roads dashed in across my property would be a very fair situation. And I'm going to have my engineer, Bill Piver, come up and testify. And I think I'll get him to do this right now, just to discuss. He's evaluated this from an engineering standpoint. Bill? And you can figure out where you're, is that?
That'll work.
Yep,
That'll work
okay.
fine. Good morning, all. Bill Piver, I'm a professional engineer. Been in the site development business for 40 years, I guess it is now. In looking at the site, number one, Macon Pond Road was built prior to the comprehensive plan's decision to run this connector street. The utilities along Macon Pond Road have been there for years, and there's going to be some direct impacts if the intersection is revised from what is shown now. There'll be a fire hydrant removal, no big deal, $10,000, $12,000, that can be accomplished. There's also a lot of cables and so forth that will probably have to be relocated because they'll be in public right-of-way after this road is extended. And there's several backflow preventers and so forth on the adjacent property to our east that will have to be relocated because they would be in public right-of-way if the road is extended. The intersection itself, right now, the road coming off of the Rex property.
Go to that.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you run that. It's a direct connection into the parking lot entrance for the existing medical building. To revise that and relocate it to the west as the plan supposedly calls for, no problem with the Rex employee parking lot. That's pretty much at the same grade, easy access and so forth. The parking lot on the left drops down. It's about 10 feet below the intersection. Will have to be basically a large corner of that removed, fill brought in, the road relocated so that it adjusts just a little bit into our property. And you got to remember, the 2-lane undivided road is a 66-foot right-of-way. So that's more than 30 feet on either side of the center line of that street. So there was no thinking when the site plans were approved of this extension. I think the assumption was Rex Road, which we've seen on some maps, was intended to come straight across and go directly down the parking lot of the medical building if the extension is ever built. So anything can be built if you've got enough money, but money is a problem. And it seems like an unnecessary expense at this point in time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait right here.
Yep. So just to conclude, only a small portion of this proposed street crosses our property line, 4111 Macon Pond. There's already Rex Road built across the street, which should probably define the location of the proposed road, which really goes across the property to our east. It's unlikely this road ever gets built because of the properties owned by Duke Energy in the state of North Carolina to the south. And, you know, really basically fairness. It's unfair to hold this very small property hostage when we've tried to get an answer about what the requirements would be and have been unable to do so without doing this process. So that's why we bring it here. Again, we don't want to impose of unfair burden on the adjoining property owner. It does seem to make more sense based on the alignment of the Rex. We call it the Rex Road. That's not really, there's no real name, but anyway, so thank you. Certainly available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Is there anyone else who wants to speak in support of this? Okay, then we'll move to the opposition. You have a total of 10 minutes as well.
Good morning, Lee Singleton, part of the ownership of 4101 Macon Pond Road. We've been in contact with the city. We could support closing this, but we cannot support the relocation of it. This is a cancer center that we built many years ago, in which we have a certain amount of parking that's required for it, and this is being used. The relocation or redevelopment of this would be very cost prohibitive because of what we had to do. This is to have a linear reactor in this building, which they treat cancer patients with. I can agree with the proponents that what's behind it to the south would be in the Duke Station and state of North Carolina property, that this street would probably never be built. But if we were to have this more located on our property, I think that it would impact our property in such a way that this building can no longer service the cancer people that it currently services. And I'm glad to answer any questions or anything you may have about this.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you.
Can I just one follow-up?
You had 30 seconds left, so.
Okay, that'll be enough. All I wanted to say is the way the city builds its roads, the current owner and operator of this site to our east is not going to be required to build this now while they're operating this thing. It would only happen if they redevelop their site. So I don't think anything would happen to disturb their current use of the property.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Bringing it back to the table for Commissioner questions and comments. We've had lots of discussions about dotted lines, haven't we, Commissioner O'Haver? So I'm looking forward to the discussion. Commissioner Fox.
I think it's probably a question for staff, and I kind of know the answer because I was on the other side of the table when this plan was adopted. But can you walk through like the amount of analysis or engineering that is completed to determine the precise location of the dashed lines on the map?
Good morning, Margaret Tartalla, Transportation. So the Blue Ridge Corridor study, which became the small area plan that these proposed street plans are from, was adopted in 2011 or 2012. I won't tell you what I or my team was doing at that time. We were certainly not working for the city. So we can't speak directly to what went into this plan. But generally, for planning efforts, there's no engineering done. You're looking at the network and those connections. Again, it's a long-range plan. There's a lot of work that goes into feasibility work to make sure that streets can be built. You may have noticed that the proposed street connection to the north is where it is, and then the road was built to the east of it because of when the engineering was done, right? It was determined that was the better location, and that's how we do any type of construction like this.
Okay, but at the time that that plan was approved and functionally moved the dotted line, there's no requirement to go back into the comp plan and like physically move it at that point.
Yeah, that might be more of a question for comp planning and how they update the comp plan with the small area plans.
To answer that question, this is the process where an additional property owner would come in and ask you to move that line.
Okay.
So there's not usually a city-initiated reallocation of streets just because engineering has decided a portion of the dotted line needs to be elsewhere.
Okay, so it's essentially, this is my interpretation, it's essentially cleaning up something that had been approved to the north to align it, is how I'm interpreting it. Because there's a false specificity to the location of the line. The line's just kind of like a vibe, like it's here-ish. But then when you actually engineer it, it might be a little bit to the east or a little bit to the west based on topographical features, utilities, et cetera. Is that kind of an accurate statement?
I would say in terms of the cleaning up part, like figuring out where the road can actually go, that is true. I would say there is a small section of road that's already been built to the south of this parcel. We couldn't find any information on when or why it was built there, but it does line up with the existing proposed street. So do we?
Thank you.
It's hard to see in the aerial, but it's not to city standard, but there is a small section of street there. And I don't say that to sway you in either direction, just that it's really complicated when we get small developments and are trying to build streets piecemeal to make sure that everything lines up.
Thank you.
While you're up there, I have a follow-up question. Is it common or even uncommon? Does it happen that when a property goes in for a site review, it might be determined that this dotted line that's actually on the neighboring property should be on your property, and then they require you at that time, because you're doing the engineering and this is the best place for it? Like, it's right over the line, but you go for your site plan and they say this is a better connection is on your property now, so you have to build this road. Does that ever happen?
I don't believe so. Yeah, I might ask for help from Daniel King, who is our development review lead.
Mr. King?
Hey, good morning. Daniel King, Transportation. During the site planning process, a lot of things get analyzed. A lot of engineering is done. The determination for where these comp plane roads go is often shifted slightly during those processes. That's not an uncommon thing. Sometimes that involves property lines, sometimes it doesn't. That's one of the reasons why this is so difficult for us to do anything with and give feedback on without a site plan. Part of that is that we have no idea whether this property would become part of a larger assemblage, which would change how that analysis would be done, or if it would be developed individually.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Neptune.
Thank you. There was a comment made by, I think, staff, our colleague from Planning and Development, I think, during the presentation. So it's a question about a comment made in terms of our consideration of the amendment. Something that we're trying to weigh is whether or not the amendment that's being requested would benefit the entire city versus a single property or property owner. And I think I heard staff acknowledge that, at least from a staff perspective, this change would not necessarily be to the benefit of the entire city. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Yes, that's correct. So the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the street plan overall, as it would maintain the overall connectivity in the area if it were relocated. However, there's a requirement in the UDO that amendments to the comprehensive plan provide a substantial public benefit.
How is that determined? That's a substantial public benefit.
It would be a staff determination.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? No, Ms. Maddox, we not right now, please. Thank you. Other questions or comments from commissioners? If you have a question for the applicant, then we can ask that.
I have a quick follow-up. I apologize for bringing transportation up again. Could y'all remind me of the minimum block perimeter standards that would be applied if this site would be developed, and what impact would that have separate from the street plan?
Yes, so most of the properties on this block are OX. And so in our table, the maximum block perimeter for that would be, I believe, around 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet. And so separate from the comprehensive plan street, they would then be subject to those requirements. Right now, they're on an oversized block. We'd look to see what connections could be made, but then they would also be subject to the exemptions listed in the 8.3.2. Right now, the comp plan street itself is not subject to those exemptions. So a little bit different in our analysis for additional streets. With the comp plan street, we're really just looking at, as was mentioned earlier, all the complicated site plan determinations, but then also what tier of development it would be.
Did I see other questions, comments? You have one more?
I have comments.
Go.
Thank you. I'll just keep going, I guess. I'm deeply uncomfortable shifting the burden from one private owner to another private owner against their consent, regardless of the actual eventual engineering on the ground, what it will say. I'd be much more inclined to recommend removal of this segment than I would be to recommend shifting it to neighboring property. According to the rules and procedures of the Planning Commission, we have to respond to the request before us.
That is correct. I would recommend that you vote on and you make a recommendation to council based on the application in front of you. However, if you want to send additional comments to council of additional considerations that you think would be helpful for them in their analysis, you are free to do that as well in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Otwell pretty much said my comments verbatim, so Commissioner Haver, you have nothing to say?
I have lots of comments, but let's just keep moving.
Okay. Commissioner Fox?
I just wanted to just clarify, if no one's redeveloping, the line has no impact to them. It just sits there in the plan. Okay. And at the time at which one of the two properties redevelops, that is the time when the alignment of road segment and the geometry of the intersection would be determined. And this was kind of a follow-up to a question I think you had, which was, at that time, does it shift the onus onto one property owner or the other, regardless of which one is coming in with the plan? I think that's kind of what you were asking, just to reword it. I think this particular case illustrates very well the problem that we've identified numerous times with how we implement these dash lines. So I don't like to remove connectivity, but I'm actually inclined to vote in favor of where I think you were trending on it, that sending a message to remove it actually almost makes more sense. Or if it's a city-initiated project, and the city very much wants to make a roadway connection and an extension, like that's a completely different conversation. This is unusual, in my opinion. But again, if it just sits there, it's not actually that impactful, other than I do know from other cases it is impactful when you're trying to secure financing, because it looks like an encumbrance on your property.
Yep.
So all that is to say, this is a complicated one, and I'm inclined, I would probably be more in favor of removing just that segment, because the likelihood of that connection to the south is extremely unlikely, in my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Fox. Commissioner Haver?
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But that's why I didn't make comment, because I knew someone would be more articulate than I would. I agree with Ms. Fox. I've had issues with these dash lines for 5.5 years. I've sat on planning commission. I'm okay to remove it. I agree. It's going to sit there until there needs to be some engineering, and the road's going to go where it needs to go, depending on what sits there. I just want to point out that we just spent 40 minutes talking about that dash line, and we have another dash line going right through the middle of the building. So I'm okay with whichever way the commission wants to move with this.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, then I will entertain a motion. And we're considering moving the dash line, not removing it. So this motion is for what's before us, which is to relocate the dash line to the adjacent property.
I move that Planning Commission recommend denial of the request and request council instead consider removal of the segment.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Any further discussion? All in favor of recommending denial and asking council to consider removal? All opposed? That was 9-1. And Commissioner Burnett, would you like to express why you were opposed?
I just don't personally like the encumbrance of the property owner, and I think it leaves a lot of gray matter in what the future of the property can be, plus what the incurred costs of engineering and so on and so forth could skyrocket. So I just don't like that portion of it.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Omakaye.
This is the King Charles proposal where somebody wanted to put.
No, this is Macon Pond Road. Oh, okay. Okay, so that was 9-1 in favor of denial, with Commissioner Burnett opposed. Our second old business item is King Charles Road. We received presentations from staff and the applicant. We heard from the public at our February 10th meeting. I'll ask staff for an update highlighting changes since our last meeting.
Sorry. The top. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Commission members. Mitra Sheshbaradrod, presenting on Z4925. The request for 319 South King Charles Road. This is, since your last meeting, the applicant has updated conditions, specifically added 2, which I'll get to in a second, but just a refresher, the request is to rezone 0.69 acres from R4 with an NCOD, specifically the King Charles South NCOD, to R6 with conditions. Another look at the site and where it sits. And then 2 updated conditions. Conditions 1 and 2 remain the same, prohibiting the subdivision of the site into no more than 4 parcels in the future, as well as limiting development to the detached house building type only. And then the 2 new revised conditions are capping building height at 2 stories, which is similar to what exists in the NCOD today, and then requiring a minimum setback of 25 feet from the primary street for principal buildings. I'll note that the agenda packet reflects unsigned conditions that had 30 feet, but since then we've received signed conditions, reducing it to 25 feet. A look at entitlement, it does not change. It remains the same at 4 parcels because of the first 2 conditions, but changes to the front yard setback are reflected here with that 25 feet from the new condition. The request is still consistent with the future land use map. Urban form guidance and consistency remains the same. Because the site is residential, it is not eligible for a frontage type. However, it is within a frequent transit area and within close proximity to a future BRT station area along New Bern. And the request is still consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, a number of policies that speak to compact development, infill compatibility, and then also increasing housing and access near future frequent transit areas. And then inconsistent policies that were identified speak to the request's removal of other housing variety types that could be introduced by going to R6. No outstanding issues remain, and then your deadline for action is April 11th. And the applicant is also here.
Thank you. We've already received a presentation from the applicant and heard from the public, but let me check. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this item? I see one. Is there anyone else? 2?
I think there's 3.
3? Okay. I will, are there 3 people on one side? Are you all in opposition? Okay, so we have 1 here to speak in support and 2 in opposition? Okay, so I'll give another 3 minutes per side, if that's okay with the commission. I think I'm supposed to say without objection, I'll allow another 3 minutes per slide. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Here we go. To just revisit the revised conditions, the 25-foot minimum setback is likely going to be further due to infill compatibility. So we will, due to infill standards, be somewhat bound by the homes that are built existing. So I think there's already, thanks to infill, going to be some compatibility there. And 2-story maximum height, I'm not sure why my numbers are backwards at 3 and 1, but that should be 4. We did that to make sure that neighbors and everyone knows that we want to match the NCOD. I wanted to give you a brief update on neighbor feedback as well. I don't know that it was mentioned in our first meeting, but there was one commenter online who lives in the Longview neighborhood and was in full support. No comments opposed on the online engagement portal. In addition to the mailers that we sent out, I've made a list. I've been able to have 29 conversations with neighbors, or including 6 who didn't reply to my calls or texts. But 23 conversations, 16 of those were positive. 5 of them were neutral, or they didn't really indicate one way or another. They kind of were just like, oh yeah, nice project, okay. So I didn't count them as positive. And then 2 negative who are here to speak. And on one of those, actually, I just was able to hear about on Saturday, so I wanted to, on Sunday. But the neighbors who are all immediately bordering my property, as well as the one across the street who would presumably be the most impacted, have all expressed support. Jordan was here at the last meeting to express support vocally. The other 2 neighbors have not been able to be here in person. However, I have text messages and things that show their support from them. Mr. Hassel is here today, and he and I just met on Sunday. He came over to my house, and he shared some concerns that I wanted to just give you guys feedback on our discussion. There was a list of items here, and you can see the property site is here in the bottom left where Sarah and I live. Here's Jordan's house, the new one, and here's Mr. Hassel, who I had not met yet until Sunday, so I'm glad at the very least that this project has introduced us. He came and gave my dog some treats, and we talked about UNC basketball, and among other things, he told me that his main 2 concerns were his own personal privacy, which I'm very sensitive to, and also the removal of the NCOD setting a precedent for future properties. So just want to touch very briefly on those 2 things. Mr. Hassel expressed that specifically this, if there were to be a few homes built here, it'd be this one in the back that would look down over his property. And after he left, I wanted to go on IMAPs and make sure I researched that so I could be sensitive to any issues that would be caused. The distance to his back corner of his property is about 250 feet on IMAPs. Obviously, this is not exact where we would build it, but plus or minus maybe 10 or 15 feet. And there's the brand new home that Jordan just built, which is 4,800 square feet in the middle. 2-story home, and this on the back of it is a 4-car garage. So I respect the concerns about privacy. Mr. Hassel and I spoke about how my wife and I want to preserve as many of these hardwood trees as we can on the back of the property. And I'll be brief. Lastly, just the removal of the NCOD precedent. This is the only property of or one of the only properties that's not in the historic overlay. And lastly, just the math about how these 3 new lots added would change the NCOD compliance from 59.34 to 60. I misspoke last time I was here. I said it'd be about a half a percentage point. So I just wanted to correct my own math and say it would increase the noncompliance by 1.1%. And I apologize for going over. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the opposition has 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm Charles Hassel Jr. I'm a native Tar Heel and have been a Raleigh resident since 1968. I've resided at 334 Golf Course Drive since 1993. My lot is, well, the dimensions that Mr. Madigan mentioned are probably correct. Second floor of the, if there were 4 houses, probably 3 of them would be looking right down into my backyard and into my bedroom window. That was my part of my concern. I didn't receive notice of the neighborhood meeting, but probably because of faulty mail, which is a problem and has been for a long time. But Mr. Madigan kindly agreed to meet with me privately and answer questions. And I couldn't attend the February 10th meeting for medical reasons, but I did view the video, and Mr. Madigan indicated that of the however many notices were sent out, only 4 or 5 neighbors attended the neighborhood meeting. Apparently he has visited some of them privately since. At the last meeting, it was mentioned it'd be nice to see more neighborhood input. So we have, my neighbors and I canvassed our neighborhood, and we obtained signed statements in opposition 7 for 10 separate people recommending denial of the request. We agreed on the wording, so some of them are identical. I made sets of the statements and handed them up. My printer broke down, so I only had 2 sets, but you can certainly look at them, and we would ask that they be made a part of the record. So a little history might be helpful here. How did this NCOD come about? I recall some of the circumstances, although I don't have a file any longer. It's been 20 years, and so I probably destroyed it with others when I retired in 2013. Mr. Anastasiadis and I make a total of 12 people that have indicated opposition. In around 2000, I became aware of discussions about some changes in the Longview area. We heard about somehow that a group of apartments, unit apartments over near Enloe High School had somehow gotten through and been.
That's the 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
Done?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I prepared something that was going to last for 10.
When the case is first heard, you get 10 minutes per side. But when the case is first heard, you get 10 minutes per side. So since this is the second hearing where we've already had public comment, it's up to the commission. However, if it's the will of the commission, we can grant a couple extra minutes per side so we can finish hearing your comment. It won't be 10 minutes, but we can give you a couple extra minutes.
I would like the will of commission to give him more time if possible.
Okay, so we'll give you another 2 minutes, and then we'll give the applicant an additional 2 minutes as well.
Thank you. Well, there's no question that the proposal for 4 2-story houses on a 0.69 acre lot is totally different in character from what exists. almost all of the properties in our neighborhood are one-story ranch or split level on spacious lots. At the time that the NCOD was adopted by the county, the city,
Sir, you do have
by
a
the
minute
council,
and a
the city
half.
comprehensive plan.
You have a minute and 20 seconds.
I'm sorry? The city comprehensive plan and the future land use map designated it as low density or low scale residential. That hasn't changed. We don't believe that applicants have identified any policy suggesting the reasonableness of removing that NCOD. It existed for 20 years, and they haven't shown that it's inconsistent with the applicable land use policy that's been unchanged. We think we should be able to rely on it. Failure to remove, removing it risks undermining confidence in the city. At the February 10th meeting, the applicant showed some photographs of some sample houses that might fit within what he's talking about. I happened to notice that, three of these properties are on the market for prices from $1.2 million to $1.45 million. So the fact that 4 houses in that range can be built on that lot suggests that there may be some commercial.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. We appreciate them. If
Well,
you
our
would like,
request is that you not recommend approval of this. Thank you very much.
thank you. The applicant now has an additional 2 minutes if you wish to respond. You don't have to use it unless you would like to respond.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Hassel. It's good to see you again. Thank you for giving him extra time as well, since he wasn't able to meet, and I also went over. About the market value of other properties, it's definitely accurate. Some of those properties were in Oakwood and Mordecai, and I think that these homes being on the market in our neighborhood would be dictated by what buyers would pay in our neighborhood. I believe it would be, these sorts of homes in our neighborhood would be much more likely to be in the 700 to 900,000 range. And again, not that that matters at all, but just I think that's a note worth noting. And then lastly, I think there was a comment by Mr. Hassel that this is inconsistent with low-scale residential. I believe staff presented that this is consistent with low-scale residential. I'm very aware that it's not consistent with removing NCODs. That's why we're here. And I think that, my wife and I, Sarah, did a lot of work after we had our initial chat with staff about how there would actually be a lot of support for things like townhomes or higher density, where she and I wanted to self-limit something that we feel comfortable, Carrie and Aaron and other neighbors who are here would feel comfortable living there, because my wife and I also want to live at this property long term. And so we've really narrowed it down to 4 homes. And I know there's been some discussion about going lower than that. And this is kind of perhaps maybe we should have started higher if it was going to be a process of going down lower, but we feel, very, very comfortable with the type of homes we want to build, the size yards, and the way we can add more density along the BRT line, walking distance away, in a way that isn't a huge disruption to the neighborhood like other nearby developments are. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the table, questions and comments from commissioners. Commissioner Fox.
So a question for staff. Can you remind me how the infill compatibility standards work for front yard setback?
Yes. I'll have to look exactly which section in the UDO they're in, but after talking with current planning staff, so the development staff for our team, it's based on properties that have been plotted for 20 years. And so most of the properties around the site, minus the one immediately to the rear, which was redeveloped, I think a few years ago, the front yard setbacks would be in comparison to those properties. So the majority of the sites around this specific site.
And is to match, or it's within a percentage
It's
difference?
within a percentage, I believe.
Okay.
I can double check.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner Haber, you're looking at me like, do you? Yeah, do you have a question or a comment? Okay. If there are no questions, okay, Commissioner Omakaye.
I'm just wondering how much community engagement has been done with, I'm sorry, I'm catching a cold, so I'm trying to scoot away from everybody. But I'm just wondering how much community engagement has been done with the client and with the community about this project.
The applicant could go back to that page that you had put up that showed.
Because last time, nobody was like, other than Mr.
Yeah, he had a.
I hope I'm not saying your name wrong. He showed up to speak about the project, but nobody else did. And now we have more people showing up to speak. So I'm just wondering, initially or whatever, how much community engagement was done about this project.
Yeah, I can't speak for Mr. Anastasios. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Christian. But for me, it's just been anyone I have phone numbers, text messages for. I've reached out to people before they get their letters to say, hey, you're going to get a letter. If you have any questions, please let me know. My wife and I have a puppy, and if I don't walk her a few times a day, she will go crazy in my house. So I try to walk a lot. And anyone that I see out, we try to wave. We try to chat with people. So I'm not going around knocking on doors. I don't want to disturb people. However, I'm very much trying to be as transparent as I can. And so, yeah, I could also let them, if other neighbors want to speak about what their conversations have been like, I can let them.
I completely
You had a
understand about
slide,
walking a puppy. I have a cane corso, so I have to walk him because he's a moose.
You had a slide that showed conversations you had. That's,
yes.
And then there were how many neighborhood meetings as part of
There's one neighborhood meeting as required, and then staff confirmed we would not need a second neighborhood meeting to do that.
Were there any signs put around also?
Yeah, there are the signs have been put up on both, or on a corner lot, so there are actually 2 signs as well. Mm-hmm. And we actually wanted to support a few candidates as well, so we waited about a week before we put out any like county commissioner or city council signs to make sure that the rezoning signs they weren't obscured or blocked in any way before we put out any sort of like political signs in our yard, which there are 2, and I made sure to space them pretty far away so there was no indication that there was any sort of lack of transparency with the noticing to the neighborhood.
Is there any way we can hear from the community about whether or not they felt engaged?
That would be reopening the public comment, and we've closed the public comment. So what's your question? Because I think they told us that they've spoken to the applicant.
Okay.
The public comment period is closed, sir. So now we're at the table. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening. We're at the table now, so the public comment period is closed. So we don't ask questions from the. She did, but it was not in order. So thank you. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners for staff or for the applicant? Commissioner O'Haver.
Yes, ma'am. Can we follow up a little bit on the infill compatibility requirements? I know Ms. Fox asked a question, but can I get a little bit better understanding about those requirements? And I've had conversations with the applicant for just looking at GIS. 4 lots does seem not necessarily. I'm sensitive to the character and of the neighborhood. Just physically, I'm wondering how the infill compatibility requirements are going to impact this, because 4 seems like a lot. Of course, across the street here at 317 South King Charles, seems like there's 2 units on that single lot. So I'm just trying to understand the impacts of the requirement.
So it's section 2.27 in the UDO, if folks want to pull that up and read more. But for corner lots, it's a comparative sample for 3 lots, and this is a corner lot. And I believe it's within 10% of the primary street setback for those sample lots. I'm not exactly sure how what the comparative sample is, how that's chosen, but I'm assuming it's for that corner lot, it would be the 3 closest other single-family detached duplexes near the site. Does that help clarify?
That's the only requirement, is just the adjacent units. There aren't additional setback requirements as part of the infill compatibility.
No, not beyond than what is required by the district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bynum or Jennifer, I'm always very sensitive to public comment and community engagement, and I feel bad when we get out of order and we give an expectation to the public that we don't want to hear from them, and that's certainly not the impression that I want to leave. Would you mind just going over, please, how our procedure works, and once the public comment period is closed, that we're no longer receiving comment? I feel bad, and I don't want it to seem like I didn't want to hear from the gentleman.
Sure. So I think I'd like to take a step back and talk more broadly about the rezoning process in general. So before an applicant can make a rezoning request of the city, not only do they need to meet with staff, they need to hold a neighborhood meeting. So that was completed for this request. After the request is filed, it's reviewed by staff, and once it's filed, it's posted online in our engagement portal for community comment, and that information is also shared with folks. Is there a second meeting on this one? So that they can participate online. When we mail letters to give notice for the Planning Commission, those letters include information about the online portal so that folks know what's ahead. There's posted notice on the sign in advance of the Planning Commission's first discussion, and that mailed notice is also in advance of first discussion. So before filing, in-person meeting held by the applicant, during staff review, online portal, as well as you all receive many emails at all times during the process, right? Once Planning Commission review begins, the emphasis is shifted towards in-person comment to the commission. Your legislative hearing, as required by the Unified Development Ordinance and regulated by your rules of procedure, sets out 10 minutes per side for each request. So at your first discussion of this, you heard comments on both sides. And then again today, you added additional time to hear comments from both sides. You have received written statements today from Mr. Hassel. You've also been receiving some emails about this request. The process there has been thorough and very much in line with the city's expectations about how public comment would be received across the life of a rezoning request.
Thank you.
And just one additional thought on process here up at the dais. Once the public hearing is closed, we really should not be asking additional questions of members of the public. That hearing is closed. So to stay in line with our normal process, when the hearing is open, that would be the appropriate time to ask questions of members of the public.
Thank you for that. Are there any additional questions or comments regarding this case? Yes, sir, Commissioner Walters.
So if I remember correctly from the last time we met and talked about this, there was, I think the primary focus was around the NCOD setback on King Charles and maintaining that. With the information that we received today from staff about the infill requirements, kind of understanding that we'll be within 10% of the consistent line of the adjacent neighbors, I feel like that satisfies the concern that I had that was related to the 60-foot setback around the NCOD. And as I look at the kind of growth patterns in this area and BRT and the really, I mean, we were talking about dotted lines in the last case, and now we have a buffer offset of this frequent transit area that comes so close to this property. I feel like the highest and best use of this property fits very closely with the applicant, what the applicant is proposing.
Commissioner Omakaye.
I don't think my concern was properly addressed in the last meeting. It wasn't setbacks, it was transitions. So my concern was that we're going to build something in the space where people don't have privacy. Privacy is important to me as much as I think it's important to everybody on this commission. whether it's fences or trees. We don't want people looking at our backyards, into our windows. We all got our naughty bits that we doing. So I'm wondering if there is, like, what the transition from this property to the other properties, especially if we're building a bunch of properties on a small land is.
Would staff like to address Commissioner Omakaye's question about transition?
Are you speaking specifically about like landscaped? So like
landscape, space, all of that.
So there are some, might be helpful to show those. Some requirements for, let me pull up my slide and then I'll talk, sorry. That's the wrong presentation. Okay, I pull this up just to show the requirements for like side street and also like side lot setbacks. So there will be some like, I guess like space between the future sites. And then in terms of like landscape buffering, there is 10% like TCA preservation or requirement for zoning districts. I think that's as specific as I can be. There are no like specific requirements for like landscape buffers in the R6 district currently.
Is there a possibility for landscape buffers? Because if we're building this in a space, is there a way that we can make sure that if this has to happen, that neighbors have some sort of privacy trees or anything like that? Like the gentleman was stating, he can go in his backyard. They'll be looking in his backyard at some point.
If the applicant adds any additional conditions, it'll have to happen before council. We only get one opportunity at the Planning Commission for the applicant to change conditions. So we're going to have to vote on the conditions before us today. We can make a recommendation that when it goes to council, council consider landscaping if we want to do that, but he would have to do that when it goes before council.
Okay, but I did say that at our last meeting. My concern was transition. So can we at least ask the applicant, is he willing to add?
Sure, we can ask the question of the applicant.
Well, just as I said before, the public hearing's closed. So as Chair Bennett has stated, you have to vote on the application in front of you. Okay. That motion could include additional requests that council consider it once the application moves up to the council level. But as of right now, your vote today is on the application in front of you and the conditions in front of you.
I will vote that the application adds transitions, and I will also show up to city council to make sure you do so, because you have neighbors and nobody wants their neighbors peeping on them.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Commissioner Cochran, Commissioner Otwell. Okay, Commissioner Otwell, and then Commissioner Cochran would like, oh, wait, do I see Commissioner Burnett's hand up? No, yes, or no, okay. Okay. Just a reminder, we're still on old business. We have 4 new business
I'll make it
items.
quick.
Okay.
At the last meeting, I expressed concerns about removing this property from the NCOD for the sole purpose of not having to deal with the NCOD to do development. I think with the conditions that have been offered and even more importantly, the infill requirements for transitions will require bigger setbacks than what's listed in the conditions. And I think for small houses, approximating the setback of what's around them will fit with the neighborhood a lot more than what's going to happen if this rezoning is denied and the lot is filled to capacity with a really, really big house like what happened next door. The next door house might have the setback, but it doesn't fit the community character. And that's what we'll get if we don't have the opportunity to build smaller houses. So I'm ready to support this.
Other comments? Okay, Commissioner Cochran, I will entertain a motion. Oh, wait, do you have a question? No. Okay. Commissioner Cochran.
So Commissioner Otwell summarized my feelings too, that I felt the conditions that they came back with were in the spirit of complying with UD 1.1, protecting neighborhood identity, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Commissioner Burnett.
Second.
Oh, she hasn't made the motion yet.
But I'm ready to. Can I?
Yes, you can make your motion.
I move to recommend adoption of the proposed consistency statement dated February 24th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and the recommendation, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment for zoning case Z4925.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to see conditions added to make sure we're protecting the property from its neighbors.
Okay. Do you wish to add that to your motion?
We can note that Commissioner Omakai would like to recommend a buffer condition. However, my recommendation thinks that the current zoning for R6 is sufficient.
So then I think what it sounds like, unless we want a different motion, then it sounds like Commissioner Omakai's comment will be noted as part of her dissent. Okay. Unless there is a desire for an amendment to the motion. Okay. Your motion stands. Commissioner Neptune's second stands.
Can we, I'm sorry, I'm still understanding. Is there no space in the commission to have a motion to amend, to have transitions added? But it will pass regardless of whether or not I say I want, okay.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That's 9-1. And we'll note that Commissioner Omakaye wishes to see transitions and a landscape buffer. Is there anything else, Commissioner Omakaye?
I don't necessarily like the precedence this sets in the community where it's at. And I would love to see buffers. I wish more people cared about what was going on in that area and made sure that the community was protected as much as they would want to be protected in their community.
Thank you, Commissioner Omakaye. Moving to new business, we have 4 items under new business. Our first item is rezoning Z3625 Page Road. We'll hear from staff.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. My name is Jacob Hunt with Raleigh Planning and Development. Before you today is rezoning Z3625. This is 3651 and 3703 Page Road. The request is to rezone approximately a 1-acre property from Durham County rural residential zoning to Raleigh industrial mixed-use 3-story zoning. Deadline for action is April, I believe, 25th, actually. So the zoning in this area is predominantly, like I said, industrial mixed-use, and then to the west is Durham County's rural residential zoning, and to the south is Cary office and research development zoning. This site sits right at the corner of 3 municipalities. An aerial shot kind of shows you that difference. To the west, we have long-range plans from Durham County for mixed-use residential neighborhoods. From Cary to the south, industrial office, and then this area is also institutional and office. To the south of this site is a beverage distribution company, and to the east is a mixture of some light industrial warehouse uses. On the site, on the ground today, there are 2 detached dwelling units, and you can see the site does not quite come all the way to World Trade Boulevard. This is a general use rezoning today, so there are no proposed conditions with the application. It would just fall under IX3. Under the existing zoning, there's really only, although 2 units on site, if it were to be redeveloped, only 1 unit would be possible to construct. under the proposed rezoning, there could be a maximum of 29 units, but IX has a number of restrictions on residential development. It can only be on upper stories of mixed-use buildings. Setbacks would decrease from the rural residential nature of the site today. Office, retail, and industrial uses would be much more permitted under an IX zoning than the existing residential rural. This site has a lower walk score than average, lower transit score, lower bike score. It does not have access to transit from this site, and there are no sidewalks fronting on Page Road. There is a high proximity to jobs, and so the cost between this site and accessing jobs is lower, and thus a higher transportation cost index. Again, no transit within walking distance of this site. This site, although IX does not typically develop with intense residential uses, would theoretically add to the housing supply. It does not include any subsidized units, does not permit a variety of housing types. Only in a mixed-use building could there be any housing, but they would be possibly smaller units. Does not include smaller lots, and again, not walking distance of transit. This area is more likely to be racial minorities than the city average, and less likely to be low income. This request is consistent with the Office Research and Development future land use map and with the surrounding zoning. There's no urban form designation for this site. Staff finds this consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the urban form map. Those consistent policies include reinforcing the urban pattern. This site is surrounded on most sides by IX zoning today. It would allow for retail uses in an area that could support the existing industrial and office space, and is an appropriate spot for the location of industrial areas due to their surrounding nature. This site, like many, does have impacts that relate to fire response times. Deadline for action is April 25th. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant and those in support have 10 minutes.
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah.
No, this is the beginning of the public hearing. So 10 minutes for each side.
Good morning. How's everybody? Chris Miller. I don't really have, I just want to open up for questions if you guys have any questions. The area is surrounded by other industrial uses, and this is a kind of a weird area. It's a Morrisville address, bordered by Cary on the south with their expansion. It's in Durham County, but it has to be annexed and then go into a rezoning from an RR standpoint into this IX3. So I think it fits the area, and it fits what the density of different development is in that area. So I want to open up if you folks have any questions.
We'll reserve your time. You have 9 minutes and 18 seconds left. We'll go to the other side, and then if we have questions for you, you still have time to answer.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. Are there others here who wish to speak in support of this item? If not, we'll turn to the opposition. You also have a total of 10 minutes. Okay, no one for the opposition. So do we have questions of the applicant that can utilize his remaining 9 minutes? Yes, Commissioner Neptune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I wanted to say thank you to the applicant for spending time with us at the commission this morning. So thank you for being here.
Other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Omakaye. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
The inconsistencies of zoning and infrastructure impact, can you explain those?
No, not yet. That's staff. We're doing the applicant with his 9 minutes left, because then I'm going to close it and we'll bring it to the
Is there
table.
any affordable housing on the project that you're building?
I'm working with a couple of developers to try to figure out what the best use of the property is. I haven't determined exactly what's going to go on the property yet.
Are you willing?
Am I willing to do? Yes.
For real?
Yeah, whatever I'm directed to, or whatever the people I'm working with, they say the best use of the property is, I'm going to look at those opportunities.
But are you going to look at the needs of the community around the property that you're developing and determine, regardless of what they're saying, will you look at the needs of the community around the property that you're developing and communicate with them
I think I'm doing that at this point to look at all the properties around there and see what the best use of this property is for the area.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Are there other questions for the applicant? Okay. Commissioner Omakaye, you had a question for staff about inconsistent infrastructure?
Yeah. When they say there's an inconsistency in zoning and infrastructure impacts, I get response time standards. There's an inconsistency there that is concerning to me. To be honest, if something happens on the property, how can people respond? How does our first responders, our police, our fire department, our medics respond and have the ability to do so if they're not close to the property? Whether there's affordability or not there, but what are we speaking about as far as zoning and infrastructure impacts?
Yeah, so the inconsistency around zoning and infrastructure impacts and response time standards is due to specific not requirements, but goals that the fire department has in mind for responding to incidents at different locations. The issues with this today are a 6-minute or less travel time for the arrival of the second company and an 8-minute or less travel time for the deployment of an initial full alarm assignment for a fire suppression incident. So it's really not that they wouldn't arrive, but they have goals that they would like to meet, and this site does not fall within those objectives.
So what infrastructure zoning impacts?
Yeah, it's those fire response time standards. So yes, that's the inconsistency all around is due to that response time standard. There's not an additional zoning or infrastructure impact that's being considered for that inconsistency.
Commissioner
Jacob, could I?
Adam Walters. Okay.
I'm getting it.
Okay. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Jacob, could I ask if that inconsistency is happening right now on the site with the current condition?
Yes, it's related to distance from existing fire stations. So this does not make that more inconsistent necessarily.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Haver, I'm sorry.
You're good. Thank you. I don't have any issues with the rezoning. I'm just curious our role in deciding annexation for the city. I mean, I guess we're looking at the zoning, but what's our role? Isn't that a council?
Yeah, that would be a council decision. So you all are only providing recommendation on the rezoning
thank you.
piece. Yes.
Commissioner Omakaye and then Commissioner Fox, did you have a question?
So I understand that we're trying to annex this into Wake County or Raleigh.
That's not what we're voting on. We're voting on the rezoning, and then
Right, but
council
I'm
will
saying
take
with the
that.
rezoning need of it, is it to be rezoned? Because he said Durham County. So is it to be rezoned into Raleigh?
Yeah, so the city of Durham and the city of Raleigh have a shared annexation agreement that is renewed every 10 or so years. And there's a small portion of land in Durham County that has been mutually identified by Durham and Raleigh to be annexed into the city of Raleigh. It would be in Durham County, but in the city of Raleigh. There's similar situations between Orange and Durham counties, between Durham and Chapel Hill. The logic there is really about which way water flows and who is best able to provide water and sewer service. So these parcels are in that area in Durham County, which can best be served physically by City of Raleigh infrastructure.
So that means City of Raleigh residents will be paying tax dollars to support this project unless it's annexed?
I don't understand your question.
So you're saying this is a Durham County project that they're here to the City of Raleigh to talk about annexation. But
The request in front of you today is a request for rezoning. When the rezoning is in front of council, they will be considering simultaneously a request for annexation into the city of Raleigh.
Right, but does that mean that in the space that we're talking about right now, where it's not in the city of Raleigh, we would vote potentially to rezone something that could cost Raleigh taxpayers?
So the property can't be rezoned unless it's first annexed. Your review is in anticipation of council's consideration of both the annexation and rezoning. The property owner would pay property tax that would be distributed to Raleigh. The Raleigh service would be provided to this property, but it would be paying tax to the city.
They would be paying tax to us. Like, okay, so just so I'm clear, I'm just making sure I understand before I vote, because I like to make informed decisions. So we're saying that if we vote on this project today, yay or nay, say yay, and it goes to city council, they're bringing to us a project that's not within the city limits that then would possibly cost city taxpayers money. But if it goes to city council and they say yay and approve the rezoning, then Raleigh taxpayers aren't paying the taxes for what they're talking about. It would then go to Durham County. I just want to make sure that we're not supporting a project that's not in our county that we're going to pay taxes for, because I don't want to pay taxes for that.
As Bynum stated, the city council will be reviewing at the same time an annexation request, which will go first on the agenda, and then a rezoning request. If for some reason the annexation were not to be approved by council, the rezoning would not be approved. So your recommendation today to council is just on the rezoning, and you're not approving a project, council won't be approving a project unless that annexation goes through. Once the annexation goes through, then as Bynum stated, that project would be paying city tax dollars to pay for the city services being provided to it.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions or comments? You had a question, didn't you?
At the appropriate time, I'm just ready to make a motion.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. In regards to case Z3625, I move to recommend adoption of the proposed consistency statement dated February 24th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Well, we had a lot of seconds. I heard Neptune first, so I'll give it to Commissioner Neptune. Is there additional discussion before we vote? Okay. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Moving to our next case, Z3825 Trailwood Drive. We hear a presentation from staff.
Still me. Still Jacob Hunt. Still with Raleigh Planning and Development. Still good morning. This is rezoning Z3825, a rezoning of 3 sites along Trailwood Drive on both the west and east side of Trailwood Drive. The request is to rezone about 14 acres from R6, residential 6, conditional use, that's on the west side, and R4, residential 4, with a special residential parking overlay district, to residential mixed use 3 stories with conditions. Your deadline for action, again, is April 25th. The zoning in this area is predominantly a mix of R10, office mixed use, and residential 2. Closest RX3 zoning is about 150 feet to the west of this site. I will note the R4 zoning to the south of the site on the west side was recently recommended for approval by this body. The aerial of the site, you can see Centennial Campus to the east, predominantly low-scale residential to the south on Trailwood Drive, the Walnut Creek Greenway, and then there is, like I said, mixed use to the north along Avon Ferry Road. You can see the west side of the street from Trailwood here, including the existing greenway that is on the northern portion of this site. And then this is the lot that is on the east side of Trailwood Drive. On the west side of Trailwood Drive, there's no existing property, but on the east side, or no existing development, but on the east side, there is a single detached residential building. Proposed conditions for the site include a connection to the existing Walnut Creek Greenway to any sidewalk network on the western portion of the site, and a requirement that any parking shall not be permitted between Trail Drive and a building, or an apartment building, I should say, if that building is within 50 feet of Trailwood Drive. Under the combined existing zoning today on the site, a maximum of 56 units could be constructed. Under the proposed zoning, we find that there's a possibility of 257 units. Setbacks would be reduced under the proposed zoning from a mix of 20 to 40, down to 5, and then 30 to 20 to between 0 and 6. Transportation and energy analysis, this does have a higher walk score than average, lower bike score, but lower transportation costs, higher transportation cost index, and a higher proximity to jobs than average. This site's served by both different bus services and lines. Both Route 11 and 11L are maybe a quarter of a mile or so north of this site. Route 11 runs between West Raleigh and downtown, and Route 11L does a loop in West Raleigh. This site is also served by 3 Wolf Line bus service routes that run near and around State's campus, and those are open and usable by the public at large. This request would add to the housing supply. It does not include any subsidized units, would permit a variety of housing types, would allow for smaller lots and units, and is within walking distance of transit. This site sits on the border between 2 census tracts, so that's why you have 2 numbers here. But for both, residents are less likely to be racial minorities and are more likely to be low income compared to the city average. This request is inconsistent with the low-scale residential designation, which anticipates densities up to R10 along the frequent transit designation of the urban form map. RX3 is only appropriate under the future land use when it fronts a frequent transit street, so that would be Avent Ferry, and this site does not have frontage on Avent Ferry. There is not a frontage designation included with this application. The frequent transit area does recommend a urban or urban limited frontage. Staff finds that the application is consistent with the broader comprehensive plan, although it is inconsistent with the future land use map. Those consistent policies speak to compact development, especially capitalizing on transit access, providing a variety of housing, infill compatibility, greenhouse gas reduction by allowing for apartments and townhomes, things like that, zoning for additional housing, and transit infill, as this is part of a frequent transit area. Those inconsistent policies include the future land use map inconsistency, and then again, the zoning and infrastructure impacts related to fire response time standards. Your deadline for action is April 25th, and as part of this application, if approved, it would include a future land use map amendment, which would change this designation to moderate scale residential. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant and those in support have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bennett, Commissioners. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of the applicant Floresta LLC. I have with me some other members of the project team, Jason Meadows from RDU Consulting, as well as Daniel Watley from Withers Ravenel, both engineers on the project, as well as Travis Fluitt, a traffic engineer from Kimley Horn, in case there are questions relating to traffic on Trailwood Drive. I'll begin with a quick additional orientation. The 3 parcels are outlined in yellow here, and this aerial just shows the general character of the area surrounding that intersection of Trailwood Drive and Avent Ferry Road. This is the zoning map. I will note I've left off the special residential parking overlay district because it covers the entire map that would be on your screen and doesn't add additional information. But you do see here that NCOD on Trailwood nearby, but not affecting the site, as well as the mix of zoning districts along Avent Ferry Road. And I've also included some photographs to start to give a feel for that character. As you heard, this Z2925 immediately to the south of the site came before you at your very last meeting, was unanimously recommended for R10 zoning, making RX3 the requested district here, that logical step between R10 zoning and the OX3 to the north. RX3 is not an uncommon district in this area. Again, no overlays on this version of the map, just to highlight that, but RX3 is relatively common in the area. The entire site is within that frequent transit area, making it as urban as land gets outside of our downtown core, making this hole in the city's fabric all the more surprising. What you see on this map are a few things. The area in gray is the city of Raleigh, and you see that backward L of the Trailwood area in a lighter color. That means it is outside of the city. That is Wake County. Still within the Beltline and primarily within the frequent transit area, including this site, but an unusual location to have Wake County property. The city's street map does recommend a very urban street type, which would start to be built out as projects are rezoned and redeveloped. And you see here separate bike lanes and sidewalks above the curb, as well as street trees and a median and or turn lane in the center. As you heard, there's a lot of infrastructure in this area. So the Wolf Line serving Avon Ferry immediately north, as well as Go Raleigh lines. The Avon Ferry Small Area Plan begins to acknowledge all of that transit as well as the existing greenway and knit that back together with some increased pedestrian infrastructure as well, making a true urban transit corridor in this area. There is a need for housing in this area, and it is not being produced under current policies along the Trailwood and Tanager area. So on this 113 acres that we have heard defines the neighborhood, since 2000, in this century, 7 new housing units have been produced. Unsurprisingly, these are expensive units. They are on large lots. They are very well located, very conveniently located, and served by quite a bit of urban infrastructure. So this result is unsurprising. This slide I have borrowed from City of Raleigh staff who presented this month to the City Council, highlighting that more housing improves rents, lowers rents in the city, and that Raleigh has been doing a very good job of that, also affecting homelessness. And you see that image there of the game of musical chairs, where simply providing more chairs eliminates those not finding one. A slight bit of background, this site does have a current and approved site plan that already exists on the site under its current R6 zoning. That approved site plan appears here on the left side of your screen. That shows 40 townhomes, and you see how it relates to that floodway and floodplain that exists on 1000 Trailwood Drive, the northern parcel. This is all, of course, on the west side of Trailwood Drive. This approved site plan does not extend to that parcel on the east side, but this is what's here today. I want to take a slight detour to address a letter we're aware of that was submitted by the Partners for Environmental Justice. There are some puzzling aspects to this letter and some very concerning aspects to this letter. I'll note that toward the beginning of the letter, it states, "Our rezoning committee has reviewed concept plans for the property and has concluded that the proposed rezoning would likely result in negative impacts for Walnut Creek and nearby community members." I just want to be very clear, there is no concept plan for this property. We are not sure what was reviewed in connection with this letter or how these conclusions were drawn. That simply doesn't exist. The plans that are out there are this approved plan under existing zoning today that you see on your screen. Perhaps that's what was reviewed, in which case, obviously not relevant to this request to rezone the property. Or potentially there were concept plans prior to this that have been superseded by this approved site plan. Those are the plans we're aware of. We do not know what was reviewed to reach the conclusions in that letter. The letter further states that the change in zoning from R6 to RX3 poses increased stormwater impacts to Walnut Creek and flood risk for neighboring communities. Again, a local flood study has been completed, reviewed by city staff, and approved in connection with this approved site plan under current zoning. That study indicates there would be no such increase under the site plan approved today. We're not aware of any way in which the proposed zoning would change that. The way our stormwater and our floodplain are regulated, it is a separate regulatory scheme, not dependent on whether you are zoned R6 or RX3. We look forward to hearing what difference that would make. But the true focus of this letter is stated in its concluding paragraph, which states, "We do not believe this parcel," referring to 1000 Trailwood Drive, "can be developed in a sustainable way that can meet high standards for environmental protections." In short, the letter seeks to prevent development of a parcel. It does not address the rezoning request before you today. Obviously, as you see on your screen, portions of the site can be developed today, portions cannot, and that won't change. So we just wanted to make sure that all of that is very clear. What would change on development of this site is accessibility of Trailwood by means other than a car. These highlighted parcels for the bottom of your screen are those Z29 parcels that were in at your very last meeting, recommended for R10 zoning. Development of that site would require a new sidewalk and bike path along the front of that site, but it would not connect up to Avon Ferry Drive unless this site were to develop as well and finish that connection. I want to highlight on your screen at the top of Trailwood Drive, there is a crosswalk right in front of the Arden Apartments that are on the east side of Trailwood Drive. This is that crosswalk, and you see that it connects directly to the Greenway. But if you did want to continue down Trailwood Drive, on that side, there is nowhere to go. Whether you are a cyclist or pedestrian, it is quite challenging. And then looking due south on Trailwood, you see that that sidewalk that exists in front of the Arden Apartments simply stops. That would be continued with our third parcel that is on that side of the street, starting to open up Trailwood Drive to other forms of transportation to people who are not in a car, and avoiding the situation of having a vehicle-only enclave here at this inside the Beltline location that is very well served by public transit. And with that, I will close and reserve the remainder of my time to respond to any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others who wish to speak in support of this item? Okay, the opposition now has a total of 10 minutes.
Hello there. Good morning. My name is John Totten. I live at 1132 Trailwood, within 500 feet of this development. I'm here on behalf of the Trailwood neighborhood to ask you to deny Z38 2025. Our attorney will address the technical rezoning or zoning issues. I want to focus on three things: consistency with the comprehensive plan, the public interest, and the lack of credible development plan. First, comp plan consistency. The future land use map designates this area as low-scale residential. The applicant is seeking RX3 zoning with overlay district bonuses. While they've stated a goal publicly and on record and in an article and publication, they are asking for 150 residences and 3 stories. The transit overlay district bonuses could allow 4 to 5 stories and over 200 units. That is not low-scale residential. 8 of the 12.5 or 13.8 acres, depending on whose information you're using, sit in a floodplain and are virtually unbuildable. This means concentrating 150 to 200 plus units on approximately 5 buildable acres in an environmentally sensitive area. This intensity is inconsistent with the frequent land use map designation and inappropriate for this site. Second, the public interest of our good faith efforts. This is the 3rd time the neighborhood has negotiated in good faith with developers on these properties. First, the 2 properties, 1,000 and 1,100, and now with 1017. In 2010, we supported a 13-home sustainable development. It fell through. Most recently, 2023, the same applicant, Floresta LLC, sought rezoning under Z23 or 2223. After extensive negotiations, we agreed to a plan that allowed for 40 townhomes when they were originally asking for or limited to 56. So that came down to 40. in the R6 zoning with special conditions. Both Planning Commission and City Council approved it. Floresta walked away from that. We received little information in terms of explanation on this matter. Given the history, it's clear the developer is ignoring previous negotiations and pushing towards maximum density. Each iteration increases the scale from 13 homes to 40 homes to now 100 to 200 plus units. This is not a plan that balances growth with the voices of long-term existing property owners. We support the development of this property, as we clearly have 3 times. We've proven that, but we cannot support a proposal that lacks specifics on density and height, especially when the majority of acreage sits in a floodplain. The transit overlay district bonuses mean we do not know if the units will be 150 or 200 plus. The applicant had mentioned 257 units as being the max. We don't know if it's going to be 3 stories or 5. Third, the environmental impact. This site contains a mature, sensitive oak forest that provides critical ecological value. With almost 8 acres of 12.5 acres in a floodplain, the proposed scale would force massive density onto an approximately 5-acre buildable area, requiring extensive clear cutting of this mature forest. The lack of meaningful tree conservation conditions and environmental protections is unacceptable for a site this sensitive. For these reasons, we ask you to deny the application under a fair and reasonable set of until a fair and reasonable set of conditions has been committed to by both parties. The neighborhood has negotiated in good faith 3 times. We need a developer willing to do the same. This is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan's low-scale residential designation and is not in the public interest. We respectfully ask that you deny Z28 2025. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pardon me? I'd like to get yours back up, please.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'll take it from there. Thank you. My name is Ben Kuhn. I'm an attorney currently with Ragsdale Liggett in Raleigh. I'm here on behalf of the Trailwood Drive neighbors who were opposed to this. I would ask all who are here in the Trailwood Drive neighborhood community who are opposed to this to please raise your hand or stand if you're able. That's not everybody in the neighborhood, but that's a significant amount of people who came down here at 9 o'clock to be at this meeting. They are very concerned about this. This property has been undeveloped for a long time because it's just a terrible piece of property to develop. It just is. And so they're trying to make chicken salad, okay? And that's what they're doing. They couldn't do it with 40 units, but now they think they can do it with 257 units. They say, the staff says it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is if you only limit that view to whether it increases housing or not. And that's a very low bar. When you think of the comprehensive plan as something that's 400, 500, 600 pages, that has an enormous amount of policies that are there to protect neighborhoods like this one. And nothing in there about the NCOD preservation and conserving the neighborhood identity, nothing in the staff report about that. It increases housing and it's quote unquote close to transit. Nevertheless, it's inconsistent with the urban form map. It's inconsistent with the future land use map. It is not located with the transit overlay district. It is apparently just barely located within a frequent transit area, but the site is not located within a quarter mile of a bus stop. Third mile away, this development, or whatever development they may propose, might look really good if it was on Avon Ferry or Gorman, but it's not. That's where the infrastructure is for this project. It's not on Trailwood Drive. Trailwood Drive is like it or not, it's a rural, undeveloped enclave, not undeveloped, lightly developed enclave at R2 and R4 for the predominant balance of it. This is shoehorning development in to make a project work for this developer, because apparently it won't work with his prior rezoning. That's not your fault. It's not my neighbor's fault. That's his fault. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you. This is a serious policy question, because what you do impacts people in the way they live on that street. This should have been laughed out of the room when it came to staff in terms of consistency with the comprehensive plan. It's not even close, other than the fact that it adds more housing. If that's all you want, then just tell everybody NCODs and conservation of neighborhoods really doesn't matter so long as you can just put more housing. Meanwhile, there are sites for density along New Bern Avenue at Moore Square that would invite a developer to come down there and put more density where there's infrastructure in place to handle it, where housing is needed, where transportation is located to handle this type of density. It's not here. So, I could get up here but this is just a policy question. It's a high-level issue. What are you going to do? I mean, if he's going to lose money in developing 40 units based on the existing zoning, is that your problem? Is that the city's problem? It's not. It's the neighbor's problem. It's the public's problem. If you're going to suggest that this is something that you want to recommend to the city council, which I suggested you should not. Again, staff says it's consistent with a comprehensive plan largely because it suggests there's going to be more housing. Unfortunately, other than maybe a new sidewalk going out front, it's not going to help much in terms of transit. The RX3 zoning is not consistent with the future land use map based on the staff report because the location is not within a core transit area. It's not. This is not where this type of density should be going. You can look at, you can just look at this map. I mean, if it were going to go along Avent Ferry or Gorman, maybe you'd have a better argument if it weren't covered by a floodplain and a floodway, but it is. Basically, there's an increased unit yield here of from 40 units now to, I guess, up to 257 here on this site. And it's just not consistent with the comprehensive plan just because it adds more housing. You could do that on New Bern Avenue across from Wake Med, where there is a 5-acre site that allows up to 12 stories urban frontage and allows density enhancements up to 18 stories. It's for sale right now for $12 million. He can go buy that property and build a gangbuster project that will please everyone. This will please only him, and perhaps maybe the people that live there. It will irritate and bother every other person that lives on Trailwood Drive, and we all know it. And for what? This is the policy question that's facing you. This is why one of the city council members is in here watching this. And we all need to look at this, and we all need to remember that this area has been undeveloped for a long time for a reason. It is a low-density enclave because it's located close to environmental resources that are critical to this community. And it was developed low density in the very beginning, and I would request, for those reasons and everything you've heard, that you recommend denial of this to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Bynum, do you know how much time is left? 2 minutes? Would the applicant like to respond?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to make 2 quick clarifications based on what we just heard. We heard a statement that only expanding housing policy supports this request. We do see in the staff report, in fact, 16 different comprehensive plan policies that are supported by this request, not just expansion of housing. Additionally, we heard that the neighbors have previously negotiated what was previously approved. That would imply that neighbors at some point came to support a version of the project and spoke in support. That did not happen. Neighbors continued to oppose the rezoning of the site last time. But what did happen was that changes were made to accommodate what we heard. And so although it came in initially with apartments being a permitted building type, in the course of that opposition, the applicant last time actually took that off the table and put in a zoning condition prohibiting the apartment building type, increasing risk to him, but making a very good faith effort to try and build what neighbors said was preferred to that. Having gone very far down that road in good faith, gotten that approved site plan at great expense, great time invested, and found that it in fact would not be successful. We agree that is not anyone else's problem. However, it was a bet that was lost, and a bet that was made in good faith to try to respond to neighbors' concerns, increasing risk, and that has played out how it's played out. So yes, that applicant is back having to request something that can be built on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Bring it to the table, Commissioner Shelburne.
So I have no comments on the floodplain types of issues. As I understand it, stormwater, all those sorts of things are governed by very extensive sets of regulations for which we as a commission are not responsible. Instead, my understanding is that what we're to handle and address are zoning questions. And for that, I agree with the second attorney that this is a big policy question. And to me, the big policy question is there a harm to single-family homeowners from having to share their neighborhood with those who would live in smaller, denser housing? And to me, the answer to that question is an emphatic, clear no. And so when the time comes, I plan to vote in support of this proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelburne. Other questions, Commissioner Omakaye?
I have two questions. One might be from staff, a question and a statement. One might be for staff. I would like to see an overlay map of the flood zone and the property that we're talking about rezoning. I saw the two next to each other, but I would like to see them laying over each other. And I'm asking for this because flood zoning is important to me, as we notified in the last meeting. But I also have a statement.
Jacob, could you also turn on the 2-foot contour?
Yes. So the sites in question include these two sites on the west, here, and then this site on the east.
Can you point to the one in the flood zone? Can you point to the one in the flood zone?
Yeah, so the blue is the floodplain.
Yeah.
And then the pink area is the flood hazard area.
Where is the, this is overlaying the property that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So that is concerning to me. The second comment, though, I think this is something we should consider, right? Is the owner adding affordability in this space? Is the client adding affordability in this space?
Yeah, there's not a condition addressing affordability under the existing zoning or the proposed zoning.
Okay, so they're going to build housing there. My statement is this. Yes, that's concerning. You lose support from me when you talk about how on New Bern Avenue they could build the same thing. You lose support from me when you talk about how on New Bern Avenue you could build the same thing. You could build it anywhere. Why are you using New Bern Avenue as the example. Why does density have to be built there? Like, you can't require and ask for fairness when you're trying to put inequity in another space and saying you could build it over there. I ain't gonna lie, that's my concern with the opposition. I agree. We don't need to build housing in flood zone areas, and we said that in District C, off New Bern Avenue, but you lose support from me when you come here and say, why not build it over there? You lose support from me when you say, I was with you until you said, why not build it over there? Because density needs to be everywhere. And equity even means taking equity. If we can't build it in other spaces, it means taking it from you. And if you sit here and tell me that it's okay to build this over there where I live, in the community where we have vulnerable populations, why not build it there? You would have been better not saying that. You would have been better just saying, this don't need to be here because this is a flood zone and we don't need to build things in a flood zone where people can be impacted by it. You lose support from me when you say, build it over there. Because density needs to be everywhere in the city. Affordability, whether you putting it here, housing needs to be everywhere in the city. Tall buildings don't need to just be on New Bern Avenue. You lose support from me when you say that, because it makes me wonder about your intentions. I mean, real talk. I'm just being real. I don't know what everybody else gonna say, but I'm be real. It makes me wonder about your intentions. When you say build it over there, that concerns me. We don't need to build anything in the flood zone. We don't need to build anything in the area where people can be harmed by it. But you pointing out other property in another part of the city that the vulnerable population is, and saying build it over there. There's land over there. No, there's land right here. There's land right here. We don't need to do it over there if we can do it here. We don't need to put it in somewhere else across the street from a flood zone that we already approved. We could do it here. We've already built enough stuff in New Bern Avenue. So I do think that density needs to be in District D. I think we need to spread out the density in the city. I don't think that we need to be, if we're not concerned about flood zone and things like that in other parts of the city, we don't need to be worried about it here. That's equity. To me, that's equity. If we chose just the last meeting to build housing and increase density right across the street from a flood zone, and you telling me we don't need to build this in your district, we need to build this in another district, that's crazy. We don't need to build in flood zones nowhere. We don't need to put any population at risk, especially the most vulnerable population. But what I'm hearing you say is you cool for it to happen, just not in your neighborhood, and that concerns me.
Thank you, Commissioner Omakaye. I have a couple questions and comment as well. I think I understood what the speaker meant when he mentioned New Bern, in terms of it being not rural like this area. But, Commissioner Omakaye, I agree with what you said. The optics of that statement look bad. That concerned me as well. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I was sort of with them too. Looking at the comprehensive plan, let me stick to the comp plan. the city wants to spread affordability. I know there's no subsidized housing here. This isn't affordable housing in terms of it being subsidized. But this form of housing is certainly more affordable than large single-family homes. This is an area that lacks that type of housing. New Bern Avenue does not. We don't necessarily need to or want to consider concentrating affordable housing and more affordable types of housing in District C, in Southeast Raleigh, in Northeast Raleigh. We do need to spread it equitably across the city. We don't necessarily need to put it in flood zones, but if what I'm hearing is correct, and this is where my question is coming in for staff, there would be no development in the flood zone. Is that correct? Stormwater staff, is anybody here?
I'll let stormwater staff take
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Good morning, Sean Eggleston, Stormwater. What's the question?
Would there be any development in that pink or blue area?
The regulations for an undeveloped lot treat the floodplain more or less the same way as the floodway, which is no encroachment without an engineered study showing no rise or a letter of map revision from FEMA.
Okay, while you're there, the staff report noted that, what's currently, that there are conditions currently on that property that are not being carried forward with this proposal. Does stormwater staff have concerns about that? Would those conditions somehow mitigate an impact on downstream flooding or Walnut Creek?
I don't know that they're necessarily flood related. I think the existing conditions are promoting the use of GSI is the main one. There's another one about,
It says it included condition.
Floodplain, is that correct?
Let's see, requiring permeable pavement for any area of fill in the floodplain used for vehicular surface.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the GSI condition you were talking about?
And
Okay.
the one requiring either bioretention or permeable pavement. I think
Okay.
there's another one.
So does stormwater staff have a concern that the proposed, being proposed today would negatively affect Walnut Creek? Because that seems to be the gist of what we received from Partners for Environmental Justice. They were concerned about the impacts on Walnut Creek.
It would require use of certain type of stormwater control measure. Without the condition, there's any number of other measures that could be used.
Okay.
I think, there's other comprehensive plan policies about the use of GSI, green stormwater infrastructure.
Okay,
Not
so
all.
there are conditions that the applicant could add to address, okay.
That would be more water quality related than floodplain, maybe.
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to make sure I get all mine. I think affordable stormwater. I think, yes, I think you've answered my questions. If I have more, I'll ask them later. But I did have an issue with that New Bern Avenue comment. That bothered me. Commissioner O'Haver.
Can I just follow up? I was curious about the existing conditions as well. I didn't see those in the staff report. Where?
That's a condition that's on the property now that's
Right.
not being carried forward.
Where I'm curious what
page
those-
15, look at the bottom of page 15.
Thank you.
Commissioner Neptune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to briefly acknowledge and thank the residents from along Trailwood for being with us this morning during the commission hearing. I think it's a question for staff. Again, as members of the commission, our kind of first task is to affirm whether or not the rezoning is aligned with the comprehensive plan and future land use, and then of course the public good question. And I think this is aligned with the comprehensive plan, but there's a disconnect with our future land use map. And so again, I think look to staff. If I'm reading this correctly from the report, typically RX3 would have been consistent with low-scale residential, but in this scenario, it is considered not to be because it's technically not within a core transit area, though it is fairly close to Avon Ferry.
Yeah.
But it's, I guess, just outside, technically. I guess if you could clarify that. So I want to make sure I'm reading that correctly and understanding that.
Yeah, I would say RX3 is typically not consistent. It is only consistent when it is in a core transit area, which requires frontage or location within a mixed-use district.
Thank you.
Commissioner Otwell.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Bennett. I think this kind of housing is appropriate on this corridor, this level of density. Avon Ferry carries our most well-traveled transit route on the bus line, and from prior experience, it's busy, and those buses are packed. I think this is investing in transit and investing in the Avon Ferry corridor plan. I do have concerns about the floodplain. Normally, I feel like the stormwater regulations are stringent, and I'm happy to rely on those from the city, but I think Walnut Creek is a particularly sensitive stream network. And it's true that there would be some kind of process required, engineering process, that prove that you're not raising the flood level when you build that building. And you go through FEMA, and there's a whole process, and they'll send you a letter that says you're now technically out of the floodplain. So there is the opportunity for the applicant or for the developer to actually develop in the pink part. I'm pretty sure the blue part in our map is completely off limits in the city of Raleigh. In addition, there are also other kinds of disturbances that are allowed in the floodplain. So while you can't build a building straight off the bat, please correct me if I'm wrong, there could be utility easements and parking areas and green space areas that could require significant disturbance of the area during construction. And that's often the most vulnerable time for these rivers, that's when all the sedimentation and runoff occurs. It would be good to see some stronger commitments to protecting the floodplain, especially within the Walnut Creek area. And also the frontage issue, I hadn't considered it till it came up today, and I should have given it prior consideration. But I recognize that the site can't maintain a frontage for the entire request due to the floodplain. But I would also like to see a little bit more commitment to direct pedestrian access and keeping the parking off the street, regardless of how far the setback is for the buildings.
Okay, so you would like to see some additional conditions to protect Walnut Creek and for pedestrian access? Okay. Commissioner Walters.
Just a point of clarification. As I think you made some really good points there that I agree with some of these concerns. You know, when I think about this project, well, first, there's an approved plan here, right, that already that we saw in Ms. Stewart's presentation that showed how the interface between the development and this floodplain. And I think the reality of that is you couldn't do any more than what's shown there. And I think that, you know, as I imagine this rezoning, it would probably be in the same, it would have to be in that same footprint of those townhomes. You know, one of the things I saw on that plan was a greenway connection that went right through the floodplain and the wetland, and it didn't really make much sense to me why there would be a greenway connection that went through the wetland and the floodplain when you have an on-street connection to the greenway that would be accessible, not just for the people that were on this property, but for everyone in the neighborhood. So, yeah, that was a puzzling thing to see on the already approved plan. I would almost wish that that wasn't, I don't know if that's there because of a condition. You couldn't find a condition about that greenway, but it's kind of a strange thing to put in the middle of, to cut through the middle of a wetland for private access. So some of the other thoughts I had here is, you know, I actually really like the mix of density in this neighborhood. I think bringing a mix of density brings a mix of incomes, which brings a mix of perspectives and people to a neighborhood that, you know, honestly is really close to downtown Raleigh. This is not far from downtown. It's, as you said, on a busy well-used bus route, both Wolf Line and City of Raleigh. So I think that the use that's being proposed in this rezoning makes a lot of sense to me. I also appreciate that people that would live, there would be more people that lived directly adjacent to public green open space and got to use that resource. And I think that is just as meaningful as access to buses, right? That's a public health issue in my mind that is improved here for more people. So I'm in support of it in that sense. I do have concerns about the construction proximity to the floodplains. I tend to rely on the existing legal structure that we have for this, although I know that it's not always properly enforced at the state level. That's something that's a bit outside of our purview for this commission. I loved the condition about increased GSI that was on the previous plan. I think that makes sense to keep because of the proximity to the green space and that being a goal for the city at large. So I'd certainly be in support of that. The Trailwood neighbors, when they talked in their time, talked about supporting previous projects. And there was some debate about whether they did or didn't support them. But to me, when I see, I'm going to take their word that they supported the townhome development that, in my understanding, would take up the same amount of space from a footprint size and impact to the floodplain as what's being proposed in this rezoning. And so there was concern about environmental sustainability from the opposition, but I don't see that this is what's being proposed is having any bigger impact than what they said they supported previously. So I was wondering about that as I thought through this case. So I think those are all my comments. Thank you.
We can ask staff, would what's being proposed have a bigger impact than what's already approved from a flood stormwater standpoint?
I don't know that the type of use changes. It would be more related to impervious surface placed on a lot and the amount.
So if it's within that same footprint, then the impact essentially is the same as what's already approved?
It would be.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Do we want to vote on this today? Do we want to ask the applicant if they would consider additional conditions? I see lots of grabbing for the microphone. Otwell, O'Haver, Omakaye. Wow, look at that, all the O's. Otwell, O'Haver, Omakaye.
I would like to hear from the applicant whether they would be willing to consider additional considerations.
O'Haver.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I have a few questions. Thank you for pointing out the condition on the stormwater on page 15. I was more looking for all of the conditions that currently exist. I did not see that in the staff report. What do we have a list of the existing conditions that are currently on the site now?
Is that on page 6 of our report? Am I looking at it correctly?
No, that's what's proposed, I think.
Oh, what am I looking at? Page 2? Is this what you're looking at?
Commissioner O'Haver is asking about the conditions that go with the approved site plan, the previous rezoning.
Yeah, and these are the existing conditions on the western portion, the R6 portion.
So the first condition limits number of residential units. The second condition requires a privately maintained multi-use path to make the greenway connection. Sets aside a minimum undisturbed protected area. Building setback from adjacent lot to the south, I believe.
That they own 1,100 now.
Yep. Some planting requirements on the south side there as well. some stormwater control measures specifying the requirement of GSI.
Can you scroll down a little bit? Trying to keep up with where she's at.
Yeah, that was 6. And then 7, if there is fill permitted in the existing floodplain, requires permeable pavement. They have prohibited remember, this is what's approved on the site now. Prohibits the apartment building type, and says that dwelling units located with any other building type would be vertically separated by a party wall, that dwelling units cannot be stacked, so can't be flats. Some screening for any rooftop space that might be constructed, and then some requirements around parking, design of parking.
Thank you. What are the 2 parcels to the south, rezoned to R10, what are those setbacks on that parcel? What does the R10 require on those 2 parcels to the south that are adjacent to the 1100?
Lots of people are looking.
What's that?
I said lots of people are looking. I can see.
Trying to find it.
Yep. So for the apartment building type in the R10 zoning district, so it's still currently zoned R4. The city council has not approved the rezoning
Okay, but if
request to
it's
R10
R10,
yet. So
okay,
once it gets to R10, you're looking for the side yard setback?
Just-
Will
yes,
the
sir.
setback will be between the 2 properties as they're developed?
Yes,
or the
sir.
setback from the street?
Between the 2 properties.
Right. So your side lot is 5 feet.
Okay. And this proposes 0 to 6 feet?
That would be that's the difference between the R10 and the RX. So when you get to RX, it's 0 to 10, and the R10 district is 5 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I agree. I was afraid Mr. Otwell wasn't going to bring up the no frontage, and he was going to rely on me to do it, so I'm glad he did that. So on 2 of the consistent policies, we just talked about, we talked about one that can you explain how the infill compatibility is working on this as a consistent policy compared to we don't have to compare it to the last case. I'm just, in my mind, I'm going through our discussion in the last case and curious at how it applies to this particular parcel.
Yeah, let me pull up the language of that policy real quick. So that policy, land use 8.12, discussed vacant lots and infill sites within existing neighborhoods and how they should be developed consistently with the design elements of adjacent structures, including height, setbacks, and massing. Looking to the east of this site, we have the Arden apartment complex, which would be a similar development type. Heights of 3 stories is consistent with the R4 zoning near this site. And then setbacks.
So it's relying on the Arden.
In some ways, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Kuhn had mentioned about the transit. I noticed that also that is a consistent policy. He suggested that it was not consistent. Can you help me understand the discrepancy there on capitalizing LU 4.7, capitalizing on transit access?
Yeah, so this site is within, depending on where you are on the site, quarter of a mile to almost less than a tenth of a mile from existing bus service on Avon Ferry. There's bus service both on the north and southern side, depends on which way you're heading. And multiple buses use that stop, 11, 11L, and the Wolf Line.
Great, thank you. So I would be interested if the applicant would be willing to look at the frontage, stormwater. One of my issues is setbacks always. That 0-foot setback just concerns me. So I think there could be some room there to give a little bit I think those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Omakaye?
I don't even remember what I was going to say, so never mind.
Okay, well, if you think of it, let me know. So then the question is to the applicant. Would you consider looking at conditions regarding stormwater, setback, frontage, pedestrian access? Did I get them all? Commissioner Omakaye, did you?
I did want to ask the applicant if you all have met with the stormwater and environmental committees to talk about whatever the impact might be by building in this area.
With the Partners for Environmental Justice? Is that the question?
That one and stormwater.
And stormwater staff. Okay, so I can say that we have not, and the reasons for that are, as you heard during the initial presentation, there are not differences between the two zoning districts with respect to that regulation. So we were actually very recently surprised to see that there was a letter from Partners for Environmental Justice. And also having been through, for 2 of the 3 parcels, a recent site plan review process, our engineers have worked very closely with staff on those issues. So have a very deep understanding from staff about how those regulations apply, and again, not changing, other than those conditions which I can address as well.
So, I'm sorry, you said yes, you would be willing to consider?
All of those, that list of conditions.
Yes.
So yeah. So I want to take those one at a time. The ones that I heard are regarding the stronger commitments on the floodplain, which sounds like are primarily around green stormwater infrastructure. Certainly something that we can look at, and I can tell you that the reason that came out was because that existing approved site plan was submitted before the updates to the stormwater manual. So it faced somewhat lower standards, meaning that additional treatment would have made a difference at that time. And I invite my engineers to correct me if I say this wrong, but my understanding is that that's no longer true. So the outcome would not change based on the method used, which is why that came out. Given that, if there's still interest, we can certainly go back and talk about methods to be applied. Okay, I see that there's interest. We will certainly look at that. Also, the sort of frontage-like conditions regarding parking location and pedestrian access. I will say that the reason for the condition that we have regarding parking location was to start to try and get at that without, we obviously could have housing very far from Trailwood, and we don't want to prevent parking from being on that side of housing that's very far from the road, right? So we want to make sure that all parking is on the west side of all buildings, even if there's sort of buildings in the rear of the site, I guess is the point. So we were trying to say that for buildings next to Trailwood, it would not have parking along Trailwood, if that makes any sense. Anyway, so that was the goal. We will certainly be happy to look at that, as well as to talk about pedestrian access. No problem. We obviously would already be required to put that sidewalk and bike lane along the street, so probably not much of an issue there. We heard a request to perhaps remove the Greenway connection. Probably that does make sense, given that we would be building that same connection up on the road to an existing Greenway access point. And yes, it would have less impact on the floodplain as well, which is that, as you saw in the approved site plan, that's really the only significant impact on that floodplain. So definitely happy to look at that. And as far as side setback, I think that's also something that we can look at. I can say that our existing zoning conditions on that point were very strongly driven by the previous neighbor to the south who opposed the previous rezoning and wanted to make sure that that single-family house was protected and had additional buffers and plantings. As you saw, that resident has since sold to the developer that you saw at your last meeting. So that's why that went away, but I don't think there's any major issue with a more standard type of setback. So we can look at all of those questions for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So would you be interested in coming back to our next meeting? Or do you need additional time to develop those
Great
conditions?
question. Let me check in with my engineers. See.
Because if the conditions would be due, Bynum, help me out, this Friday.
Okay. We think we can do that.
Okay. So then,
Thank you.
I saw your hand. Yes.
Thank you.
And let me say, our next case is time sensitive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's the one that we have to move on today. So it's 11:34.
Yeah. I don't know if you got my text
I
earlier.
did. I
Okay.
did. We'll still have
I
quorum.
have a quick question. I noticed that 1101 Trailwood, which is directly east of 1000, is owned by the state, which I found interesting. Is that part of Centennial Campus, or I don't know who?
So it was donated to the state some years ago. Our understanding is that there's no particular plan for that property. It's just sitting there. Sure.
Commissioner Makaya.
I'll make it very, very quick.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is there any way to mitigate removing greenway access? Is that something y'all can consider?
Mitigate removal of greenway access? So there is greenway access on Trailwood Drive, and we would be required to build a pedestrian and bike connection that would connect to it. So we wouldn't be losing access, we'd be connecting in a different way with less disturbance.
Yeah, the request was to remove it from going through the floodplain.
Okay, and the next time they come back, opposition and 4 will have opportunity to talk?
Well, it's up to the commission to determine that because the public hearing is
We're
closed.
done now from
So,
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Is that everything? Well, then this case will be deferred to our March 10th meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And thank you to members of the public who sat through all of that. I want to check and make sure we're not going to lose quorum. I know Commissioner O'Haver has to leave at 11:45. Does anybody else need to leave, let's say, within the next 30 minutes? Okay, great. Then our next case is rezoning Z4525 Trailwood Drive. We'll hear from staff.
Picking back up. As you said, this is rezoning case Z4525. The request is for 3 separate parcels, 1415, 1507 Trailwood Drive, and 0 Crump Road. The request is to rezone about 8 acres from R2 with the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District and R4 that doesn't currently have the Conservation Overlay District to R10 conditional, none of which would retain the Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. Deadline for action is the 25th. Zoning in this area is mostly R10 with limited R4, and there is existing R10 zoning west of Trailwood, about 375 feet from this site. To the east is Centennial Campus. Just to the east of this site, Centennial Campus, the middle school. Further than that, the golf course. To the west is an apartment complex under moderate scale residential, future land use designation. Otherwise, it's primarily low scale residential. You can see, looking to at the site from the north and the south, there are, I believe, 2 total detached homes on this assemblage. The proposed conditions retain a number from the existing Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District, just turning those into conditions. That includes a minimum lot size, minimum lot frontage. The building setbacks and the side setbacks are all carried over from the Conservation District. This application puts a limit of 156 units on the property and requires that the affordability, on average, is for residents making 60% or less of Raleigh's AMI. So this looks at the existing versus proposed zoning. Existing units could be up to 36. The proposal has 156 cap on those units. And then you can see the frontages and side setbacks are retained from the NCOD. The rear setback is decreased slightly. This site does have a lower walk score than average, lower bike score, and high proximities to jobs, so a lower cost index for transportation. This site does have access to Route 11, which we discussed earlier, but by heading south of the site, and it's about a half a mile or so away from this site's southern border. This does add to the housing supply. It does include subsidized or required to be affordable units, permits a variety of housing types still. Smaller units would be allowed and in walking distance of transit. Area residents are less likely to be racial minorities, more likely to be low income. This is inconsistent with the low-scale residential designation. R10 is only consistent when it is within a frequent transit area. The site falls out of any frequent transit area. There's no urban form designation for this site. Staff finds this consistent with the comprehensive plan, but inconsistent with the future land use map. For many of the reasons that were discussed earlier, but including those that address housing cost and affordability, but this would be a compact infill development. It retains buffering and setback requirements from the existing NCOD. It is zoning for housing, so it would permit more affordable housing in an area of Raleigh designated for more affordable housing. Inconsistent policies include that future land use map inconsistency and zoning infrastructure impacts. That's going back to the fire response time standards. Again, your deadline for action is the 25th. And if approved, the future land use map would be modified to include moderate scale residential on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant and those in response have a total of 10 minutes.
Thank you again. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group, here on behalf of LDG Development, the applicant in this case. We have with us in the room today Landon Cox from LDG Development, as well as Ryan Fisher from Kimley Horn, civil engineer, and Reinald Stevenson, DRMP, traffic engineer on the site, who has looked at Trailwood Drive. Oh, let me make this larger. All right, I'm not sure how to make that larger. All right, I give up. Thank you. It keeps disappearing when I try and do that. Okay, thank you. All right, so this current zoning map, again, leaves off all of the overlays just so you can see those underlying districts and to highlight that R10 is a very typical zoning designation in this neighborhood. We have heard that there is opposition to this request as being inconsistent with the low density character of the area. This may be true only by using a very narrow definition of the area that intentionally excludes immediate neighbors in the surrounding community, including both ends of Trailwood Drive itself, as well as this site immediately behind many of the Trailwood Drive and Tanager Street homes that is about 350 feet from this site, has been built out as apartments for decades. And that's what that looks like. You see Trailwood Drive over there on the right-hand side of your screen. You saw a version of this map in the previous case, but what you didn't see at that time was that this NCOD overlay that appears on this map. This NCOD is the only NCOD that is located both inside the Beltline and outside the city of Raleigh in Wake County. A quick bit of history on Trailwood Drive. We see that that northern stretch of Trailwood Drive was platted in 1952 at a time that this area was more than 1.5 miles outside the city of Raleigh, so truly platted as the rural area that it was. And on the southern end of Trailwood, as well as Tanager, this was platted in 1955, still well outside the city at that time. Again, both of these maps show that very little has changed in the intervening approximately 73 years. As you already heard, big investments have been made since that time in existing and planned transportation. Here you actually see the master plan for Centennial Campus. This is the zoning for Centennial Campus, very much like a planned development. The zoning shows that a 10-foot multi-use path is planned to connect to that southern end of Trailwood Drive, so closer to the site, and then knitting it back in with the campus and from there to the farmers market and Dix Park. This slide shows more of the transportation infrastructure existing in the area. The site is highlighted there, outlined in yellow. The purple lines that you see on Trailwood Drive show where existing sidewalks are today. They begin at Tanager Street. Tanager Street is approximately 600 feet from the site. The red squares that you see, those are existing bus stops as well. So you see that a large part of the area is served by sidewalks, bus stops, and then of course you see that future multi-use path going into campus as well. Of course, we see the frequent transit area, and this site lies within a small gap along Trailwood, most of Trailwood being in the frequent transit area, not this site, but given the required street section here, that urban street section, it would start to fill in some of that gap between the frequent transit area. The city has already told us that there is a need for greater affordability in this location. This map, the city's affordable housing location policy map, exists in part because affordability has long been excluded from areas consisting of expensive homes on large lots under the guise of maintaining character. This is what gets excluded. It's simply not possible to build affordable housing on those lot sizes with that size and shape. So we're all aware of the exclusionary history of these large lot minimums that allow no room for affordability. This proposal seeks to answer the city's call for affordability by providing that affordability for no less than 30 years, at no more than 60% of area median income. These are 2 of the proposed zoning conditions, but there are 4 others. And here's the comparison with the Trailwood NCOD requirements. We have heard from neighbors that the NCOD is of prime importance and that removing it from this site, or from 2 of the 3 parcels that comprise this site, would in fact tear it out from the neighborhood, although it is residential use that is proposed here. So what we have done is to respond by looking at those 5 requirements. 4 of them have been included in the zoning conditions. So not only have they been carried over where they exist, they have been expanded to the 3rd parcel. So all 4 of those have actually grown in their scope and in what they cover. So that is what that NCOD is doing today. There is that 5th requirement around height. The Trailwood NCOD caps height at 2.5 stories and 30 feet from finished grade. That is not a height that allows in today's housing market for affordability. And for that reason, we have had to remove it. Now the requested R10 district does limit the site to 3 stories at 45 feet. So that is the difference here. But the applicant has worked very hard to maintain these requirements. And I'll just finish up by noting that we did see some input that you've received regarding the importance of NCODs to protect the neighborhood. So obviously the applicant has done their best to respond to that concern. And note that this overlay is silent as to housing type and housing density. It simply isn't affecting that. It's not what it is here to do. So when we talk about using NCODs to protect character, it protects what it says it protects. We obviously know how to control density and other aspects. That is not what this NCOD is doing. We have also heard without evidence that this small change in NCOD requirements will, quote, destroy the value of other homes in the area. This would be surprising given the dramatic increase of land value on this site, which tends to lift up values around it. We have also heard that city policy states that we should strengthen the defining visual qualities of Raleigh's neighborhoods. I just want to highlight that Trailwood is a Wake County neighborhood, not a Raleigh neighborhood. And we've heard that tearing down the 2 existing homes on the site will, quote, do nothing but stuff money in the pocket of a developer. This is particularly concerning to me. Why we would consider providing convenient and affordable housing to up to 156 new families to be doing nothing. Thank you, and our team is available for questions.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in support of this item? Then the opposition now has 10 minutes.
My name is Jimmy Sommerl. I'm a representative for Trailwood community. I lived on Trailwood Drive since 1977 when my wife and I were lucky enough to buy a lot and build almost 50 years ago. Our community started with professors from NC State. It was a farm that was bought and divided. Single-family homes were put on these lots with the intention of being close to the university and be able to raise their families in this area. Our neighborhood is like a refreshing drive in the country and lots of trees. Our houses are set back from the road with not any of them seen from the road. We did not buy or build as starter homes to move on to someplace else. And most of the area we bought to live and die here. This is our road. This is our Trailwood Drive. In 1999, our community was asked by the city of Raleigh if we wanted to protect our community. We said yes. This area was placed under the Trailwood Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. The intent of this district, as stated on your own website, is to preserve and enhance the general quality and appearance of established neighborhoods by regulating built environmental characteristics such as lot size, frontage, building setback, building heights. The city protected this area in a detailed and comprehensive planning process through low-density zoning and NCOD. It is not appropriate or considerate of the residents to just throw all this out the window to create more density where more density was never previously programmed to occur under the existing zoning map, the comprehensive plan, or the future land maps use. What did our community do wrong? Why are we here today? Did we do something wrong? The developer should not be able to change our NCOD. We have people buying lots in our neighborhood to turn a fast buck and not suffer the consequences of the changes to our middle and low income, middle and high income density. Apartment buildings in the middle of large lots with single family housing is completely out of character for this neighborhood. If the city removes the NCOD protection that are in place to prevent this very type of extreme disruption in the community development pattern along Trailwood Corridor, then residents can no longer rely on the NCOD in the future to protect their reasonable investments back, expectations including zoning overlay protections that help to preserve the value of property in our neighborhood. If the NCOD is removed and the property rezoned for more density property, our speculators and developers will be in the neighborhood buying houses and things for higher density development and everything. I lost my lady here. Develop our land value will be reduced to what developers will agree to pay for assemblage value, which is not the highest and best use of this property, as zoned R3 and R4 with NCOD overlay. This is contrary to the future land use map, which was called for the subject properties to be developed as low-density residential. Will the Planning Commission and City Council continue to reject the protection afforded by 21 NCODs in Raleigh? How can people moving into Raleigh be able to trust that the Planning Commission and City Council will abide by the past decisions that they have made? Our Trailwood community is opposed to this drastic change to our character of our community and firmly but respectfully request that you deny rezoning requests. This video was taken, the camera on the hood of my truck driving down the road in the summertime when school was not in, so that's why you don't see any traffic on the road and everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my name is Ben Kuhn, and I'm with Ragsdale Liggett, well, until the end of this week. And then I'm opening up the Kuhn Law Firm again. So just so you know, it'll be a different firm next time I'm here. We're not pitting people against each other here. We're talking about land use policy. And there are enough R10, RX3 zoning districts in all council districts to find places to develop this kind of thing. The reference previously to New Bern Avenue was just because there's a very clearly good opportunity there, but there's those opportunities in all council districts. This is not about pitting people against each other. It's about respecting the existing zoning code, which is your land use policy. That is your land use policy. And your land use policy now tells you that this is to be protected. Policy UD 1.1, protecting neighborhood identity. Use neighborhood conservation overlay districts to retain the character of Raleigh's existing neighborhoods and strengthen the sense of visual order and stability. Look at that video and the visual stability and order that's there. It's different than other highly dense areas. It just is. And that's not because of who people live there or anything else. And what happens is you get one zoning case, then you get another zoning case, and then you get another zoning case, and you have 3 of them that were here before you in the last, 3 weeks, 2 weeks? And one of the zoning cases was here on the same property, was here 2 years before that, 3 years before that. This is a land grab, and people are looking to tear this place up and put a lot of density there. And yeah, it could accommodate more density. But your existing land use policy says that's not where this is supposed to go for any number of reasons. The city came to these people 1999, 27 years ago, and said, hey, why don't we protect this area? It's kind of special. And if you don't do that now, what you're doing is you're telling these people, sell. Because your property will be reduced to assemblage value. And if you're the last person standing and the last person to sell, you got one buyer. So you're hurting people by doing this. You're hurting their property values. You're hurting their reasonable investment-backed expectations. And yeah, it does go into the pocket of a developer. I don't mind that. It happens all the time in every district, and that's fine. But it comes to the significant detriment of people who reasonably relied on your land use policy that you have right now that says they can't build this here. And you have policies in the comprehensive plan, UD 1.1, protecting neighborhood identity. Policy HP 4.5, support for neighborhoods. Support neighborhood efforts to pursue, to make use of zoning overlay districts. The Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District. And they just can't, apparently they can't rely on NCODs to protect themselves anymore. This is a policy question. Again, we can have arguments over who's who and what's what and where's where. But there's enough existing capacity on an existing land use map, zoning code, zoning map, to accommodate all of the future growth we have in all different parts of the city. It's just from a policy standpoint, 27 years ago, this place was identified as a place that it shouldn't be as dense as other places, whether you like it or not, whether it's in the city or it's in an enclave or not. And so we're here talking about these people who live in your community that they have a reasonable investment-backed expectation that this would not change. And if you want to change it, then just tell them and tell everybody that the NCODs just don't matter anymore. And it doesn't matter whether it's in the King Charles neighborhood, doesn't matter if it's in this neighborhood or in any other historic overlay district or others. Just tell them it doesn't matter, and that when somebody comes in to rezone, it's just not going to be a consideration for you. Just be honest with them. Because that's what they're going to look at, is they don't have much choice but to potentially consider selling out for the money they can get when it's better to make money as being the first person sells the last. Policy UD 5.4, neighborhood character and identity. Strengthen the defining qualities of Raleigh neighborhoods relating to scale of infill development to existing neighborhood context. What is the existing neighborhood context? That. Policy UD 5.4, neighborhood character and identity. This is not about pitting people against other people or other parts of the city. There are high density or higher density areas in all districts in this city. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to talk about policy in a reasoned, understandable fashion. These people have, my folks who are here have concerns, and we're here telling you that you should recommend denial of this to City Council because it is not in keeping with important policies of the comprehensive plan that protect Raleigh neighborhoods. Please, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. Bringing it back to the table, I have some thoughts. First of all, let me say, and Commissioner Shelburne, I'll kick it to you because I knew you were going to have thoughts on this one too. But Ms. Stewart didn't say it when she was up here, but there is a funding application deadline for this case. They're applying for tax credits. We have to vote it out today so it can go before council so it can meet that deadline. If we hold it, it's automatically a denial. Not saying we can't, but just know the impact of that. If there are conditions that we would like to see added, we can certainly include that in a motion to go to council, whether we recommend approval or denial. But there is not an option to hold the case here at our table unless we want to deny the case. And I don't think any of us here want to do that. So we need to try to aim towards voting it out, whether it's a recommendation for denial or approval. We need to move it out to council. As I listened to the comments, particularly the comments from Mr. Kuhn, it reminded me of why we've had so many conversations at this table about NCODs. I didn't disagree with what he said. There is an expectation. We have this NCOD. We want to. It says we're going to protect these characteristics. So neighbors do expect that that NCOD is going to be upheld. On the other hand, we have policies and goals and guidelines for equitable development, for more affordable housing, for varieties of housing, and oftentimes the NCODs limit that. So we have to weigh at this table, do we want to protect neighborhood identity, whatever that means? We have to, what does that mean? You don't want to put an industrial park, I guess, beside someone's home, but are we protecting certain classes of people? I mean, let's just call it what it is. Are we protecting classes of people? Are we protecting exclusivity? I have nothing against rural character. I grew up in the country, probably more country than any of you have ever seen. And I love it. I love going back home. I love the rural roads, the camera, the videos. Like, yeah, that's nice. When I moved to Raleigh over 30 years ago, there were a lot of areas that looked like that. Not so much anymore. But I have to understand the context of where I live. I can't expect Berkeley County off of Leesville Road anymore. There are some areas of Leesville that are still rural, but every single day they're building townhouses, apartment communities. So when people say, well, do you want that next to you? It's going up next to me. Am I opposed to it? No. Because I want people to be able to live. We can't say, I can't say, I don't mean to sound like I'm lecturing, but I can't say out of one side of my mouth, affordability is such a problem in Raleigh. I can't afford to live here. I want to be able to live here. And then say, oops, I want to protect my single family income, 5,000 square foot home. I mean, if you do, that's your right. But then you're saying you don't want people who can't afford that living in your neighborhood. That's what's going through my mind when I'm weighing these cases. And we saw the affordable housing location map. The city has said these are areas where we need to see more affordable housing to equitably distribute it. Perhaps in the comprehensive plan update that's coming, we'll see policies that make it easier to do that, because we are running into those conflicts now with NCODs, and it's inconsistent with this and inconsistent with that. My guess is with the comprehensive plan that's coming out, it's going to be easier to develop this housing, and we'll see less of these conflicts. So I apologize for taking up time. I know it's late and we need to move this one out. But I needed to say that because, yeah, we are thinking about protecting identity, protecting character. But I have to ask myself, what is it that I'm protecting and who is it that I'm excluding? And are apartment dwellers, which I was one for most of my adulthood, so bad? I mean, you hear about how people love the yards and the greenway and access to transit and their peace and tranquility. Well, when I lived in an apartment, I loved that too. I wasn't throwing parties every night. I wasn't throwing trash over the balcony. I was going to work every day. I had kids. I was just like them. I just couldn't afford the house they were in. But let me say one more thing. When I was growing up, and I said I grew up in a rural area, very, very, very poor part of the state, but a beautiful part of the state. We were always told we were disadvantaged because we were poverty-stricken. But what was going to help us was to be exposed to those who had more than we did. So if, which I don't necessarily agree with, but if mixing incomes improves your experience and helps people who have less than you and maybe offers different perspectives and everybody becomes friends and we have people from all different backgrounds and socioeconomic statuses living together, isn't that what we want? I'll stop there. Commissioner Shelburne.
So, yeah, basically ditto the comments that I made at the earlier presentation of denser housing not being harmful use is what you, as I understood you to be saying, basically much more eloquently. I'll also add that to your point about the deadline, as the author of it that you were talking about for applying for tax credits, it is very real. So we do need to act today. That the research does not support that adding affordable rental reduces property values. And if there were a way to do it, I'd be happy to vote to get rid of all the NCODs all across the city immediately. That'd be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelburne. Commissioner Walters, Commissioner Burnett, Commissioner Makaye, Commissioner Otwell.
I'll be brief.
Remember that order.
Did we miss our opportunity to ask questions of the applicant?
You brought it back to the table, so yes, at this point, yeah.
Well, one of the questions I was going to ask is we heard from the Trailwood neighborhood, but there's a big adjacency to NC State here. And one, I think that's great. There's a middle school right there. So adding density around a middle school provides opportunity for those folks with children to have walking access to a middle school. The fact that NC State isn't here saying we don't want this says something to me. Because that is really low density, kind of land with not many eyes on it. I walk there a lot, live very close by, and I feel like it says something to me that they're not here saying, well, wait a second, this is in conflict with with our space here. So I was going to just ask if they've been involved. I assume that they have been involved. I think what you said is a really great point. I grew up in a really rural area as well. I love that view, but it doesn't make sense for what we're trying to do with the city right now. It's a strange situation that I think is beautiful, and I love it. When this NCOD was made 25 years ago, the city had different priorities. The city looked different, and cities changed to serve their residents, the people that are here now. And I think that it's our job to make the best decision we can as a commission. And I really appreciate what you had to say about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Additionally, definitely eloquently stated what you shared about growing up. For me, as a resident of Raleigh and a product of public housing, I wonder if certain things have a shelf life. And for me, if I'm looking at this slide that says, the new housing since 2000, 113 acres or 7 units. And for me, that's like quite substantial. It's also kind of exclusionary. And to your point, where the city is going, where the city has been, I think a lot of things look different in the city. And I think a lot of the shelf life on city leadership, city stewards, stakeholders, all that stuff has had a shelf life and it's evolving. As someone who grew up in apartments in Southeast Raleigh and then moved to Halifax Court, I remember how I was growing up there in the vicinity of homes, but seeing people with homes made me want to strive to have one day. And then we moved to Longview. I was that now person in a home. But I think like just being on those different sides of the tracks, people do have good intentions. And I don't think that in a neighborhood of this scale and this size, I don't think that, the unit size will detract from the character, the value. I mean, because there are some really, really nice homes in that neighborhood. And maybe, some of those folks that will be moving in, if this is approved by council, will see that as an inspiration, just kind of take the city to the next level collectively. I just don't think putting out someone else's candle, diminishes your flame at all. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Otwell. I think was it Omakaye, then Otwell? I'm sorry, my O's ran together. Commissioner Omakaye, and then Commissioner Otwell.
I did not grow up in the country. I'm from Chicago. I'm from the west side. But moving down here, moving to North Carolina introduced me, and it changed my life in a lot of ways. And I don't think that we have enough space across the city where people can have access to each other and build community. I can say it directly, like I said last time, density needs to be everywhere. But that's because introducing people to different cultures and people and areas expands their livelihood. And I can't say who I would be if I didn't move to North Carolina. Shout out to Pines and Ashton, off New Bern Avenue, and went to Enloe and became who I am. I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't move to North Carolina. So I want to say that my family I have a home now, but my family didn't have the money to afford that. And that's why I'm so passionate about saying that density needs to be everywhere, because intersectionality is everywhere and community is everywhere. And sometimes we don't want the thing that we need. And as much as I love seeing that rule, I love the country. Like I'm from country city people. My family come from Mississippi and Louisiana. So we country city folks, And I love being in the country. I love going out to visit my friends, my family, and Mississippi and such, and going my family in Jacksonville, and being in country areas or rural areas or roadified areas that have a lot of trees. And at the same time, the city is growing. And we can't deny that. And we can't force all the growth in a specific area of the city, unfortunately. I felt some sort of way about being like, it could be all go on New Bern Avenue, because it does need to spread out. Like now more than ever, I think we need to build community. And if we got to push this today, if it's affordable housing being placed there, and that's what they're saying, and unless there's other conditions that we can say we want to add to the space, like we can't decimate a space while preserving another space.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Omakaye. Commissioner Otwell.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. I've been familiar with this area for quite a long time. I've sometimes have gone out of my way since college to drive down Trailwood. It's beautiful. It's a really wonderful neighborhood. And I understand why everybody is here. I would be fighting to preserve it too. I will note that this area feels rural, but one thing that you don't get in the countryside is NCODs that limit what your neighbors can build on the houses. That's a suburban thing, and this area is changing. So I, in general, believe that no neighborhood should be immune from change. Our city is changing, and we should all bear the brunt. No neighborhood should be subject to catastrophic change. Changing overnight, having towers put next door, and I think this strikes a really nice balance. It allows for some much needed affordable housing, and the only thing we're taking away from this NCOD is allowing the buildings to be 15 feet higher. It's a really minimal change to the NCOD, and the setbacks and the lot sizes are going to remain the same. I think this is this is an easy call for me. I'm ready to make a motion whenever everybody's ready.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Okay, Commissioner Otwell, or, yeah, let me, Commissioner Shelburne, would you like to make this motion? You're so passionate about affordable housing.
I would, but I haven't learned the secret language of this. I know I should be able to, but if, yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to have to pass because we
Okay,
don't have time for
Commissioner Otwell, if you have it up, then.
I'll take the second maybe, because I never get a chance to second because y'all are all too
Pre-seconded.
quick with that.
I move to recommend adoption of the proposed consistency statement dated February 24th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment. This recommendation also includes an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Shelburne. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you all. It is 12:15. Do we need to move the next case, or do you want to see if people can stay?
It's really up to you. You could choose to stay and hear that item, or you can defer to our next meeting on March 10.
Okay, commissioners, who needs to leave? One? Just one? Okay, we'll still have quorum then. If you're fine, then we'll get through this last item, so, and is the applicant still here? Okay, excellent. Our final new business item is rezoning Z4725 Crest Road. We'll hear from staff.
Good afternoon. Hiram Marziano, Planning Development. I'm here for rezoning Z4725. This is at 1523 Crest Road. The request is rezoned to 2.66 acres from RX3 with SRPOD to RX7 ULCU. Your deadline for action will be April 25th. As you can see from the zoning map, this property does span from Crest Road to Varsity Drive. The area around it is predominantly residential to the west, but you've got some office mixed use across the street and then Centennial Campus to your southeast. Just a quick overview, NCSU has their apartments, and then Centennial Campus, we've got Mission Valley Shopping Center, then we've got several residential developments to the west. This is inverted. The other way of the map, you couldn't see the buildings for the tree canopy. So north is south on this map. There's an existing 83 unit apartment complex on the site, built in, I believe, in the 70s. Just some various views of the existing site. I will tell you that right there at number 3, if you drive your car down that hill, you will scrape. So don't do that. They've proposed several conditions. You have draft conditions in your packet, but since then the sign conditions changed to number 2. So while prohibiting uses allowed in the RX district, then number 2 was rewritten to still limit height within 80 feet to 80 feet within 35 feet of Crest Road, and then how it's measured. It's just slightly changed to be more in line with how staff recommended the language be written. Limits the number of dwelling units to 260. And then there's a fourth condition that is about affordability, getting a donation towards the city's affordable housing program, a 90-day written notice for tenants for their lease to be terminated, and then assistance for relocation. And then also a number 5 provision, condition which allows for electric assist bicycle storage and charging areas on the property, 15 in the condition. Just quick look at the entitlement and setbacks. You can see here that with the existing setbacks, we're looking at 5-foot front and side. With the UL frontage, you'd be looking at 0 foot to 20, and 0 to 6 remains the same. Checks our boxes for transportation energy analysis. This is a highly accessed transit corridor on the right side, you've got Go Raleigh maps. It's located within the Route 11 and Route 12 and 11L. On that smaller map is Wolfline routes. So this area being near NC State and being off of Avent Ferry, it is highly a very active transit corridor. With our affordability analysis, it doesn't check the box for including subsidized units, but I will note it does, again, put that donation to the city's affordable housing program. But clicks all the other boxes. Significant statistics in this area, more likely to be racial minorities as compared to the city average, more likely to be low income compared to the city average. It is not consistent with the future land use map, being that this area is medium scale, but I will state this inconsistency comes solely from the height of 7. The comprehensive plan would look at more of a RX5 instead of 7. However, with that affordability analysis, or affordability donation, the limit on residential units, we feel that some of the conditions mitigate part of that. It's in an area that there's existing RX7 nearby, adjacent property included, and higher scale residential across the street. So all the uses will still remain the same from RX to RX. It's just that height variance is what's causing the inconsistency with the flume. It meets our consistency with the urban form map with the urban limited frontage. So overall, comprehensive plan consistency, inconsistent flume, consistent urban form. Handful of policies, we're talking density translations, capitalizing on transit access, compact development, student-oriented housing, zoning for housing, frontage, and then a few area plans from the Avent Ferry area plan. Consistency. Again, inconsistent flume and some response times from the fire department. Deadline for action is the 25th of April. Here's your upcoming meetings. And staff is recommending that if approved, this would become a higher scale residential area, which is actually more in line with the transit corridor and the development of the adjacent properties.
Thank you. The applicant and those in support have 10 minutes.
That's all right. No, that's, oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Chair and Planning Commission members. My name is Beth Trejos. I'm an attorney with Fox Rothschild. I'm actually stepping in for Timberly Sutherland, who was here for most of the morning, but her grandfather passed away and she had to leave to get to the funeral. We are here, as staff has said, in regard to the redevelopment of the Centennial Lofts, which is primarily a student-focused project developed in the 70s on this property between Crest and Varsity Drive. This area is largely a student area. There are a variety of housing types and styles in this area that cater primarily to students. And it's just across the street from Centennial Campus, their apartments and condos, as well as the sorority and fraternity houses in the Greek area. This is an area where there's much needed housing to support the campus. It's, as you have heard from staff, walkable, bikeable, and transit friendly. It's within the frequent transit area close to the future Western BRT line. It's served by both Go Raleigh and Wolf lines today. Adjacent and nearby properties have already been rezoned to the RX7 with the urban limited frontage. We have been in communication with the West CAC. We have hosted 2 community meetings. We only had 1 attendee, just a neighbor in the Ivy Commons community who was just curious what was going on. We have heard no opposition to our proposal. We've worked hard to provide zoning conditions that identify public benefits Most notably, of course, the contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $115,000. But in addition, notices to tenants whose leases are terminated early, as well as some relocation assistance under certain conditions. We have also included a height condition that we worked very closely with with the attorney's office, with your legal staff to tweak up to the very last minute. And finally, a provision for electric bike storage and charging, which was recommended by the West CAC, given the rising use of that type of transportation, particularly by students in this area. So our team is here. We have Ryan Cohen with Peerless Development and Sean Michaels with Klein Design. We're available to answer any questions you have, and we would appreciate your support for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak in support of this item? Those in opposition have 10 minutes. Okay, seeing no opposition, then we'll bring it back to the table for commissioner questions and comments. Commissioner Omakaye, do I see your hand? Yes? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Otwell?
Thank you. Ms. Trejos, you mentioned that this is a student-centered housing. It's been a while since I lived in this area, but I seem to remember there being a large Hispanic population in these.
These questions, I'm sorry, Ms. Ash. I mean, she has time left on the clock, but.
I would suggest you reopen the public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't close it until the time is expired, or how?
That could be done, or, once all the time is expired, then you could say, we're closing the public hearing now and we're bringing it back just for commissioner comments.
Okay.
That would probably be a good way to go forward.
Ask your question.
Right,
So
thank you.
we'll reopen the public hearing.
You don't happen to know the demographics of the particular apartments as they stand now, do you?
I do not. That was my impression, that it's primarily student focused, but I don't have access to the rent rolls or any particular details about particular existing tenants.
So the conditions that were offered, I think, are very meaningful, especially when we're removing low-cost housing for replacement. I especially liked the condition to provide, the 2,500
assistance,
relocation assistance. I think that all looks really good. I like the urban limited frontage. I was going to ask you where the electric bike condition came from, because that's new to me and I liked it a lot. But you answered that already. So I'm ready to vote for this when the time is here.
Okay. Commissioner Omakaye?
So one of my major concerns is the loss of affordable housing, especially in a college area. And I get that you're saying $115,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund, but that's a penny, if we're going to be honest. You know what I'm saying? It might be the most you all can offer, maybe not. Maybe if y'all can offer more, but $115,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund when we're losing affordable housing for college students. Because I remember from being a college student, are there any college students in here? But we all used to be. So, who felt like you could live off campus? Raise your hand. You felt like you could live off, Miss Conrad, put your hand down. That was a long time ago. I was about who felt like they could live off campus in the last 20 years or so, and if we're removing that, my concern is where do NC State college students go? And what I know is even my mom lived on Centennial campus, though she wasn't a college student at NC State, but it was affordable, even if it was a studio. So my concern is the loss of naturally occurring affordability to build something that college students can't live in, or people who might live in that area can't afford. I appreciate the donation to the Affordable Housing Fund, but I would much more prefer some subsidy to make sure that if it's by NC State, that people can live there and we don't start displacing college students. Like already we've been talking all day about displacing everybody else. But I would be concerned about displacing college students and their inability to have affordable housing because of the people who need it. I feel like they're one of the top 2 who need it the most. There's no opposition. My concern is that there's been lack of engagement. Like college students, like you can't engage the same way by putting out yard signs.
So you have a couple of questions in there, and let me first say, what we are proposing is student-focused housing. So this is intended to be housing for students that go to NC State. That's the goal here. There are existing roughly 80 units, and this would allow for 260 as a maximum. So many more units available for the housing of students. In terms of engagement, we worked hard to engage the community. We followed the process in terms of posting signs. We reached out to NC State. We met with their real estate team. We reached out to the West CAC and attended their meetings. And of course, we hosted the 2 required community meetings. So we made a real effort, to be engaged with the community. It's true that we only had 1 attendee at our neighborhood meeting, but there was a lot of discussion at the West CAC meeting. So we did our best in terms of that engagement, and think overall that this meets the objectives of your comprehensive plan by providing more housing in this area focused on the students and an ancillary, additional significant contribution, which after discussions with the West CAC, we did increase, adding an additional $15,000 from our initial proposal.
Yeah, I was done. Can I add also how much are you all going to charge for the apartments?
So no rent has been set yet. It is likely 2 or 3 years before these are actually constructed, and so the marketplace at that time, will dictate rents.
When are y'all planning on kicking people out?
Obviously they are planning on redeveloping the site. There will be a review of leases, and I don't know what leases exist. I don't know whether people will be able to move at the natural expiration of their lease or whether there will be a termination required. But we do have those additional commitments with regard to notice and relocation assistance.
Is there a possibility for a condition if they're offering $2,500 for relocation? We know like a 1-bedroom costs $16 a month, right? Like in most places. Is there an opportunity for a condition where students who live there can possibly have some sort of voucher, subsidized living, whatever, for however long when y'all reopen, because they have to relocate?
Could we have the attorney answer that? Can we have a condition for vouchers for students?
No, vouchers with respect to making units affordable.
Yes.
I would not recommend. We don't have a policy in place for that, and before we would start going down that path, I would want to get input from our housing and community development folks about what that would look like, and I would be hesitant to start having applicants offer those types of conditions with not knowing the effect that would have.
Okay, thank you.
But if it was possible, would you all be willing to?
I think there is some complexities with regard to voucher programs that would cause some legal concerns. And so that's why we chose this route with those additional commitments.
I don't mean for any student. I just mean for the people who are living there.
There's a legal process associated with that I don't fully understand, but know to be very complicated. And so that's the reason that we have not offered that, and lots of folks don't because of the complications with that process.
Would you be willing to research it?
And I do want to add to the city of Raleigh does have statutory preemption on doing rent control type regulations. So again, not getting into too much detail on this, but there would be a concern that we would be entering into like a rent control territory with that. So again, I would just proceed with caution in recommending that type of condition.
Thank you.
Commissioner Neptune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge briefly that, number one, within the last 20-odd years, I myself did go to college here in the Triangle and did have the opportunity to move off campus at some point, and I was grateful to be able to do so. I obviously respect and appreciate, our dialogue as a commission with regard to what we can do as a city to further invest and see affordable housing, stock and supply, grow. And I know and I appreciate that related to that conversation around housing is a desire to see more housing altogether. So, for instance, I could envision in this scenario, and something I appreciate about this particular, rezoning and the applicant here is that, you could see, upwards of 200 plus units potentially developed, created for students to move into. And it's in a context where, I'm certainly very close to many colleagues across the university. I mean, there is a housing shortage just for our students on campus, So all this to say, I could envision a scenario where all of a sudden there are now 200 more units for the students who, have a range of incomes, or families, I should say, who have a range of incomes, now have an opportunity to move into these units, freeing up other spaces. And I think that it's worth acknowledging that. And I certainly just as a participant in this conversation, appreciate that as a part of this rezoning and this application.
Commissioner Walters?
I'd just like to echo some of those statements. I work at NC State. I live very close to this area, and I'm very familiar with the student housing supply and demand relationships. There is not enough student housing right now on campus and around campus, and it is driving up costs as supply and demand does. So when I see this kind of density close to campus, right next to several bus lines, I think it's a great opportunity for students. I also think that it can provide opportunities for more than students. And so with those considerations and the conditions that you've provided that I think are really adequate and address some of the concerns that I had, I'm ready to support this when the time comes.
Thank you, Commissioner Walters. I'll just add briefly that I've also heard, as part of other projects I've worked on, when I go to workshops, I hear students talking about the lack of housing, and something that's, I guess, relatively new for me, because I went to college a long time ago when we were guaranteed 4 years of housing. It's not guaranteed anymore. I know my daughter just graduated from UNC, and they were only guaranteed freshman and sophomore. And so she moved off campus, much to all of our chagrin. I was subsidizing her rent. I was her rent voucher. Yeah. So, but I mean, students are being forced to move off campus now to wherever they can live, because as I understand it, NC State is only guaranteed the first year. So they need housing. And I appreciate the conditions that you've added. I too, Commissioner Omakaye, hate to see naturally occurring affordable housing going away and people being displaced, especially if they can't move back into what's being built. But I like seeing what's built. I would love to see some sort of policies that the city might have to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, or something to do with people who are displaced, maybe giving them some sort of priority. But I don't think we're there yet. I wish we could be, but given all of that, I support this. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just add, we're losing student housing with this. We're not gaining student housing with this project.
I guess it's how you look at it. If they're saying they're building student housing, then we're getting.
But they're not saying how much, and you subsidizing your child's housing.
But it was student housing. Where she was, it was a student-focused complex.
But this ain't that.
I think she said it is.
I think it is.
It is, yes.
But if we're not
I don't think making it student housing restricts the rent.
No, I don't mean that, but I'm saying if we don't know how much they're going to charge for rent for the space, we can't say that once the people that live there currently that are students move out, that they could afford to even move back in. You know, and I think that's my concern. My concern is that we're building things, and we've already approved enough, and city council, like I said last time, has approved enough to fit the housing market. She's saying they don't even know when they're going to start building this. So we don't know when they're going to kick people out. And then between the kicking people out and the build and the completion, we don't know what that time frame is. They can start, we can approve this, they go to city council, they can kick people out in 2 months and not build until next year and give people $2,500. And where's that going to send you? It's the same thing as the housing that we're facing now. People are trying to buy your house for the amount that you paid for it, maybe $100,000 more. And how you going to find another house for that when houses are $500,000 to $600,000 to $800,000? So my concern is this being, what's there being demolished, us approving this. They're saying it's student housing, but not saying how much it's going to cost. We don't know how much students can pay for the housing because kids are broke, and nowadays parents are even more broke. And yeah, it's going to add to the housing supply, but it ain't going to add to the student housing supply. It's not going to add to the affordability. They're not saying affordable.
What would you propose?
I would like to see, if we could, conditions that mean that $2,500 voucher you're going to give people when you kick them out could be a placeholder for them to move back in. I don't know if we can do that or not, but
I don't think
we can't say that this is, it's adding to, like I said, it's adding to the housing supply, but we've already approved enough housing to meet the housing supply and exceed it for the city. Truthfully, we can't control when people build what they build, and she said she don't know when they're going to build what they're going to build. So I'm saying us telling students they got to move out of housing and then they got to find other housing creates a burden for them and their families. And then we don't know if that then means that they can't move back in here because they're probably not going to have enough money to live here. So where are they going to go? And then we're talking about housing supply and around the campus. Like, I think we need to be a little more. We talk about it in vulnerable communities. I believe that college communities are vulnerable communities because you have people who are from out of state paying in-state tuition, out-of-state tuition. That costs them even more money. They're only afforded 1 year of housing at NC State. And after that, they got to figure it out for themselves in this location where we're setting a precedence. Maybe this is not far from where my mother lived. She wasn't a college student, well, she was, but she was a non-traditional college student at the time, but she was able to afford a studio home. But then how does that impact? Like, are we thinking about how all of this impacts, what's the butterfly effect of this?
I hear you. I just don't know what we can do with the zoning condition that addresses all that.
Understand.
Commissioner Burnett, and then it's 12:42. We gotta.
My only comment was just, I think this is the first time that we're hearing the case, and so it's a little early, I think, just to expect the applicant to be able to kind of like have all those numbers together, because if they're just starting like the development process, there's pre-dev, there's cost, there's site plan, there's all these things, all these people that they have yet to like have, so they can't really produce a number to give us at this time. I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't think it's like facetiously they don't want to, but when you're in real estate development, that information is just not available to you yet because you're literally still going through this process and a lot of floating balls. That's all.
Why would we? If it's the will of the commission to defer it, we certainly can defer it, but I would recommend against deferring if they can't add a condition to address what you're saying. And our attorney is saying that's legally questionable. So I don't want to hold them up just for the sake of holding them up. If we're ready to move, maybe city council can address those issues, because those are really council type issues anyway to talk about naturally occurring affordable housing and how do you preserve it. What's the will of the commission? It's not my will,
Yeah.
but thy will.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Commissioner Walters,
I would like to move to recommend adoption of the proposed consistency statement dated February 24th, 2026, contained in the agenda materials, and to recommend approval of the zoning amendment. This recommendation also includes an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion?
I'm fully in support of this. I would suggest that you might offer language support in your conditions if it's necessary to existing residents when you go to council, but I'll vote for this either way.
That's a good idea.
Translations.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add real quick that the apartments that are there can be demolished today.
Yeah.
And the people being displaced wouldn't get any of what's being offered right now. So, I mean, they could be kicked out, as you say, and whatever can be built there now could be built there, and they're just sent on their way with no notice, with nothing to the Affordable Housing Fund, and without the $2,500 relocation assistance. So at least with this rezoning, when they have to relocate, they get these benefits that would not be offered to them if the buildings are demolished today.
Yeah.
With that, all in favor? All opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last new business item. I think this is the longest planning commission meeting that I have been a part of. Thank you all for staying. Thank you to the applicant and the public. Downtown South, those were committee of the whole meetings, yeah. And we were virtual, so we could like take breaks. But we're not done though. We have the report of the members and the report of the assistant director. For my report, all I want to say, Commissioner Cochran reached out and expressed interest in being our representative for the Nash Square. Yes. So if I would like to nominate her to be our representative because no one else expressed interest.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so Bynum, Commissioner Cochran will be our representative. That's really all I have. Thank you all for your willingness to stay late. Report of the members, Commissioner Otwell.
It looks like there's nothing on the text change committee meeting for March 18th. So until we hear further, we will assume that nothing's coming.
Please hold that date. I believe there may be an item.
Okay, so we will please hold
We're
that
going to
date.
talk about school regulation standards.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
It's a privately initiated text change.
So I think that would be Nick and Brian and Jessica, I think. Yeah, I'll reach out to y'all and we'll hold the date. And that's it for text change committee. Personally, thank you for the trust y'all are putting in me. I intend to do my best to serve faithfully and efficiently, and look forward to working with all y'all.
Commissioner Neptune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly wanted to acknowledge that I had an opportunity to attend a community conversation on housing and homelessness with our Housing and Community Services Director, Emila Sutton. And it was a very well-attended program at a place at the table, great conversation, and just really, frankly proud of the work that the city is doing to address, affordable housing, attainable housing, and those who are unhoused. And then secondly, just real quick on Nash Square, would like to invite and encourage everyone to attend and participate in a Nash Square Public Realm Plan kickoff party and open house this Thursday, the 26th, from 5:30 until 8 o'clock at Whiskey Kitchen. Whiskey Kitchen, 5:30 to 8 o'clock. All are welcome. We will have food and beverage to share, okay, number one. And then number two, you get to come through and meet the park planning team, the landscape architects involved, the folks who are interested in preserving the trees, of course, and so much more. So it'll be a good time. We'd love to see all of you there this Thursday, the 26th at the Nash Square Public Realm Plan kickoff party at Whiskey Kitchen. 5:30.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
that this Thursday we have been told to hold for Committee of the Whole. I will assume there will be no cows, so we're good. Commissioner Burnett.
Congratulations to Dwight. Thank you, Madam Chair. And no reports from me.
Great. Glad your email is now working. Commissioner Walters.
No report from me. Yeah.
Commissioner Omakaye.
Yes. You know I like to give a report every meeting.
Right ahead.
And it's the last Black History Day. This is my Black History hair. And I want to ask Ms. Carmen to come up and give us a Black History fact about Raleigh. I would like to yield my time.
At this point, attorney, I don't know.
Just give us a Black History fact about the city of Raleigh.
Let me see.
About your family.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that one. I know some of them. And I know a chunk of y'all too, so thank you for asking me to come do this. So, the Wimberly family moved here in 1906. My great-grandfather was pastor at Martin Street Baptist Church, and he was responsible for having the parsonage built on Martin Street. Then my grandfather had a drugstore here that is defunct now, but it was at the corner of Cabarrus and Swain Street from 1935 until he died in 1977. And my father had a drugstore at the corner of Blunt and Lenore Street. That is now the Wimberly Building at Shaw University. Let me see, that was all men. My mother was the last Black female and the first elected originally to the Raleigh City School Board that merged with the first, that became part of the first merged Wake County Board in 1973, 74, around in there. That's all I know.
And I would like to give a shout out to the great Carter G. Woodson, who started Black History Week, that turned into Black History Month, where we sit right now, making sure we represent our ancestors every day, at least 28, 29 days in a leap year, but 365 in our hearts, 366 in a leap year.
Thank you. And thank you, Carmen. We appreciate you. Commissioner Shelburne.
No report.
Report of the Assistant Director.
I don't have anything additional to what was published in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. With that, we're adjourned.